Webinar is about to begin. The team in charge will mute the system to avoid disturbing sound, which will be reactivated in the question and answer session. Thank you for the understanding. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you in this remarkable event centered around the theme of wealthy aging, life course, and multidisciplinary approach. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you today as your master ceremonies, guiding us through all day filled with enlightening discussion, insightful presentation, and engaging interaction. Before we proceed with the program, we would like to express our gratitude to the Honorable Chairman of Indonesia, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, and the Honorable all speakers, Prof. E. Fugerfors, Professor of Biological Psychology, Loughborough University, UK, Dr. Dinardana Karisma, Policy Planner of the Indonesian Ministry of Nation Development, Dr. Sudibyo Alimuso, Chairperson of Indonesian Association for Demographic Practice,
she said not on Saturday, then she
Prof. Barry Budwig, Professor of Biological Anthropology, Loughborough University of UK, Professor Heriawan Suyono, Professor in Pediatrics at Faculty of Medicine in Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Luri Dwianti Rahmartani, M.Epid, Doctor of Philosophy, Lecturer at Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Susiana Nugraha, Director of the Center for Family and Aging Studies, CEFAS, Mrs. Dini Agustin M. Kesos, Head of Caregiver School, Universitas Respati Indonesia, Mrs. Prita Hapsari Gozi, CEO and Principal Consultant ZAP Finance, and last but not least, our honorable speakers of this event is Ilsa Medina PhD from GPA Fellow, Mass University Senior Social Protection Specialist, World Bank, and Dr. Laila Ulfa, lecturer from Master of Public Health Postgraduate Program, Universitas Respati Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining our international webinar and workshop today with the theme of wealthy aging, life course, and multidisciplinary approach. Our keynote speaker will uncover the intriguing connection between active aging and its role in preventing dementia and dependency in Indonesia. Shifting our focus to Indonesia, we will have the privilege of learning about their policy and intervention in supporting wealthy aging. This session will shed light on the initiative, program, and service implemented by the Indonesian government to ensure a dignified and prosperous life for their elderly population. As we examine the challenge brought by Indonesian aging population, our next speaker will address the significance of the second stage of demographic dividend. Moving toward a more holistic perspective, our next session will explore the vital role of love, hope, and ensuring children grow healthy and wealthy. And in dementia, our expert speaker will guide us through the multidimensional evaluation process, equipping us with an understanding of how early detection and comprehensive care can enhance the life those living with dementia. And the next speaker will, the importance of investing in breastfeeding for healthy aging will also be discussed. This session aims to highlight the long-term benefits of breastfeeding for both infant and mothers, establishing its value as crucial factor in promoting healthy aging through the lifespan. And the next speaker will shed light on the concept of age-friendly cities and age-friendly communities. Caregiving plays an essential role in enhancing the long-term care of the elderly, and our speaker will delve to its significance. Lastly, we will dive into the realm of financial planning towards wealthy aging, understanding the importance of managing finance effectively, and ensure a secure and comfortable retirement. Our session will cover practical tips, strategies, and investment options that contribute to a wealthy aging experience. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us embark on this extraordinary journey of knowledge, empathy, and discovery. May this webinar inspire us to all redefine what it means to age gracefully, ensuring that the very individual can live a wealthy and fulfilling life regardless of their age. Thank you, and let the webinar commence. We would like to invite Dr. Susiana Nugraha, Chairperson of the committee, to deliver her report of this event. So, Dr. Susiana Nugraha, please, time is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Respati Indonesia, Professor Tribudi Wahini Raharjo, the Honorable guests from the Loughborough University, we have Professor Bogin and Professor Hugo Forst. Thank you very much for coming and also join us and sharing with us about your expertise. And also Dr. Dinar Karisma from the Policy Planner for Indonesian Ministry of National Development. Terima kasih Pak Dinar sudah hadir pada kesempatan kali ini. And also Dr. Sudibyo Alimuso that will be joined online. And also Professor Heriawan Sujono. He's my first teacher when I was with him in Kalimantan Timur on 2002. Hello, Dr. Heriawan. And also we have Dr. Luri Dwianti from University of Indonesia. She's a young researcher and very enthusiastic. And also we have my best friend, Ibu Dini, and Ms. Prita Habsari Gozi, the CEO and Principal Consultant from Z Institute. Thank you very much for joining with today's webinar. A very warm welcome to this international webinar and workshop on wealthy aging. As the chair today, it is my honor and privilege to stand before you today and inaugurate this exceptional gathering of the brilliant mind and visionary from various countries. Big appreciation to more than 400 participants who have registered and joining this conference online and offline. We also want to say hi to Kelma K from Singapore, and also I heard that there is Prof. Malakapur from India, and also some friend from Malaysia, and some other country. And I think there's some friend also from Kuwait, Prof. Qatar and Kuwait, they are joining today. This webinar marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of knowledge, innovation, and progress in aging population issues. And because the process of aging varies among individuals according to genetic, environment, and lifestyle. It seems likely that this process begin in our 20 to 30. So that's why this webinar, we stress on the life course approach on wealthy aging, because we all of us understand that life course is very important to address any aging issues. And today, I would like to acknowledge and express our heartfelt gratitude to Rektor Universitas Respati Indonesia, Professor Tribudi, and she's always encourage us to learn more and be more productive in scientific issues. And also the Respati Education Foundation, Ketua Yayasan Respati, Pendidikan Respati Indonesia, and also all 5 rectors, dean, and amazing organizing committee to have worked tirelessly to bring this event for fruition. Their dedication and attention to detail and unwavering commitment have ensured that this webinar is resounding success. Finally, thank you for gracing us with your presence and the remarkable gathering. Let us embark on this journey together, united in our shared pursuits of knowledge, progress, and better future for our aging population. Thank you very much, and may you have peace and blessing be upon you all, and please enjoy today's webinar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Susiana Nugraha, for your report. Now it's big pleasure to invite Professor Dr. Tribudi Wahyuni Raharjo, our Rector of Universitas Respati Indonesia, to deliver her opening remarks. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful and a bit emotional because what we are expecting can be realized. Ladies and gentlemen, the process of aging varies among individuals according to the genetic environment and lifestyle. It seems that likely that this process began in our 20s and 30s, but this can vary widely among individuals, even from early life. This webinar will discuss how well-being in old age can be prepared from an early age. With a life course and multidisciplinary approach, including biological, physical, psychological, and economic issues, we will learn how to prepare a wealthy aging in old life. Therefore, the purpose of this webinar is how we can conduct and we can realize the international workshop intended to increase public understanding of how to achieve old age welfare through a life course with multidisciplinary approach. Distinguished guests, Professor Yves Hogevorst, Professor of Biological Psychology, Loughborough University. Distinguished guests, Professor Barry Bogan, the Emeritus Professor of Biological Anthropology, Loughborough University. Our distinguished guest, Dr. Dana Karisma, as a policy planner of Bappenas. Professor Heriawan Suyono, from Faculty of Medicine, University of Indonesia. Of course, I would like to greet Mr. Samarsia, the director, the country director, Indonesia's and Southeast Asia cluster of British Council. Even I know that he is now in the UK because he is on leave. Thank you very much actually for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like also to greet our director or chairperson of the Respati Educational Foundation and the staff, all the vice rectors, the deans, the study program chairperson, and also all the lecturers and the students. Please give applause to our students. And thank you very much to Dr. Ilsa Medina and Dr. Laila Ulfa as moderators. I think I don't want to greet everybody because the chairperson and Dr. Susiana, thank you, and also the masters of ceremony has introduced all of the speakers and also the topics that will be delivering. After this webinar, we will continue with the workshop on research collaboration offline. That's why I would like to thanks to Dr. Yeni Sulistiawati, who will chair the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this webinars will also continue with general lecture on the 26th. This year, topic about aging have been conducted 3 times in January and June, and today is the 3rd. We would also appreciate to Dr. Yeni Sulistiawati, the chairperson of the LPPM. LPPM is lembaga penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat. So it is a research and community service. Because yesterday, the community service internationally has been conducted very, very successfully. Thank you very much to Professor Bogli and Professor Bogervos, because this is the first time, or maybe the second time for us to conduct international community service. The set on the 26th will be the general lecture. We will collaborate with Universitas Respati Yogyakarta and Stikes Respati Tasikmalaya. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very grateful because among us, even not in this class, one of them is Professor Meling. Big applause to Professor Meling. I hope that Professor Meling and also our colleagues from Asia Pacific, like for example, Thelma and Takeo, please. Oh, thank you, Takeo. Hello. Takeo is from Asia Pacific. Yeah, and then also he is our mentor from Japan. And also some of them from Malaysia. Thank you. Yeah, and from Kuwait. It means that our vision, this is the vision of University of Respati Indonesia, is as entrepreneur and its friendly university recognized internationally. How lucky we are, because we have Professor Ibu Hervos, who has been working with us for maybe about 20 years. Big applause to Professor Ibu Hervos. And Prof. Berry, maybe about 10 years. And we discussed about what we are going to do next. So it means that collaboration between Lavra University and University of Respati Indonesia will be continued. Please give our thanks to the president of Lavra University. And Professor Barry Bokin told me that our collaboration will be also with Guatemala. What is university? Oh, oh,
The name of the university in Guatemala is the University of the Valley of Guatemala.
thank you very. With Professor Iku Herpos, we have been very successful to supervise 15 PhD students. And hopefully we will also invite some of you, not only in this class, but also who joined by the Zoom, to be part of our university and also part of the Loughborough University in developing education, especially for PhD program, right? I have to tell you that we are very lucky because with Professor Iku Herpos, we have been published 100 articles internationally. Usually I told the people that even she's much younger than me, she's my teacher. Thank you, Eve. There's so many things that we have been done and we are going to do. And I hope to give thanks and our honor actually because Dr. Dana Karisma, as a policypreneur of Bapenas, is very humble to come here directly. Big applause. Not just that, but he also very, gives strong support for us, how we can conduct collaboration with Bapenas, especially for Kampus Merdeka Belajar. This is, I don't know how to do, but he knows well. But this is all, in my opinion, that's quite amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you again to everybody here who will be the moderator and also the speakers. I hope that the webinar and also the workshop will be beneficial for all of you. Thank you for the committee who has been working for maybe 1 or 2 weeks, but they have done very, very well. Give applause to the committee. So with the blessing of God, this webinar and workshop is officially open. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Tribudi, for your warm remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will start the first session with the keynote speaker. We cordially invite Prof. Ivo Gevos with the theme to be conveyed is active aging, working to prevent dementia.
Okay, I will walk. It's good to do jalan. Yeah. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak about wealthy aging and active aging. I think what we all would like to do is to age and not to be dependent, and to make sure that we don't develop chronic diseases like dementia. I would first like to thank my Indonesian mom and my most important teacher, Professor Tribudi Rajaharjo. I will be forever grateful for you allowing me to work here together with you and learn from you. And of course, also Dr. Atik Vidavati, who's been amazing, who has contributed so much to our research. Tree, you have been so inspiring. And Susiana, I hope to do much more work with you together in developing our collaborative program. And everybody here at Respati, most of all Dini and the who has helped us tremendously, and all the organizers who've been amazing. I would like to talk a little bit about the research we have done with URINDO, but also our colleagues in Apayaya and my alma mater, the University of Oxford, where we worked with Professor Krieger and Dr. Lizzie Schroeder-Butterfield on a funded project to look at how care is provided to the Lancia, to the older people, and how that is paid for and who it is paid for. Now, if we talk about active aging, I am from Loughborough University, so after my time at Oxford and Cambridge, working with older people and children, looking at their development, at their healthy development. I then moved to Loughborough because it was known for sports. And in fact, it is the #1 university in the world for sport, exercise, and health. So it's very well known according to the QS. And at the time, I realized that keeping active, physically active, is probably the one thing we can do which is cheap and has most benefits. So when we talk about wealth, I thought it was so interesting that this workshop was called Wealthy Aging. What is wealth? So I started thinking about this. Well, what is it? Is it about having money? Is that wealth? Well, why do we have money? I mean, just to sit on money isn't very interesting. So why do we have money? Well, we want to buy things. We want to buy a big home, a big car, big clothes. And why do we want that? We want to buy stuff. But why do we want that? Because that in its own right isn't very interesting. We want this to be safe. And what is it to be safe? Well, to be safe is to have status, to be respected, to be somebody. We want to have friends, which money would buy, shelter. We want to not be lonely. We want to be part of something. We want to be heard. That is why we want money. We think that's why we want money, and that is wealth. But actually, it's about having resources, and psychosocial and physical wealth isn't necessarily dependent on money. Money can't buy you friends, not real friends, and money can't buy you love. It can't really buy you respect. So what we want to do, what we really want to do, is have real wealth. And that is to have the support and the love and respect from our family, from our real friends. They don't rely on money. They rely on us to be there for them and to take care of us and for them to take care of us. And this is also the case for having a job, like the wonderful colleagues you have who are your friends, who support you and who show you that you are part of something, that you're needed. And this is important, to have an identity in the community. Who are you and what do you mean to people? When you die, nobody's going to look at how much money you sit on. They're going to be asking you, what did you do for people? What did you mean? And for this, to allow you to do that, you have to be healthy. You have to be able to get around. You have to be independent. So that is wealth in my mind. It's not about money. It's about what we think money buys, but actually these things we can get without money. So we don't want to be dependent as we age. Nobody likes to be dependent. So it's a very costly thing. And particularly we become dependent if our brain doesn't function anymore. But our brain is part of our body. It's not a separate thing.
our body, our healthy body, our guts, our heart, our lungs, they feed the brain. They allow the brain to stay healthy and for us to stay independent and to do all these things that are so important for our happiness and for our wealth, for our psychosocial wealth and our physical wealth. So if we look at dementia, it's a huge problem around the world. And dementia is a disease. It's not a normal consequence of aging. It is the ultimate dependency on others, because at the end, we can't dress ourselves anymore. We can't go to the shops. We don't understand how to live our lives independently. So we must prevent it. Prevention is the best way to prevent. Now, dementia prevalence, so the number of people with dementia go up because we're aging as a population because of better medical care, but not necessarily healthy aging. In some countries, dementia is still going up, like China, and China has a huge problem with the one-child policy. So there aren't any children to take care of all these older people, many of whom will develop dementia. But in other places like the UK and the US, actually the numbers of people with dementia are going down. So this is really interesting. They're not growing as fast as we think. And this could be because of two reasons. Many people were told to do things to protect their heart, to stop smoking, to move around more, to not eat bad diets. And what is good for your heart is good for your brain. That is the take-home message. So whatever we've learned, and most people know this by now, what's good for your heart is good for your brain. And because many people in the UK stopped smoking and started exercising, it might be that the numbers of cases are actually not as high. The number of people with dementia are not as high as we thought they might be. But there might be a more sinister reason. Now, in the UK, the growth in the distance between the poorest and the richest over the last 10 years has gone up tremendously. We now have many people very rich, but even more people who are very poor. 14 million people in the UK are currently under the poverty line. 100,000 children do not know where they're going to get their next meal. They go to school hungry. This is one of the richest countries in the world with some of the worst deprivation. It is worse than in many developing countries. This has a long-standing impact. We found that children who do not have breakfast have no ability to learn or concentrate. These children will not be able to participate in wealthy aging. They are blunted and stunted from the start. It's a scandal. I think it's a scandal. Now, what happens in these areas of deprivation is people lead unhealthy, unwealthy lives, and they die earlier and they live longer with disease. So we need to do something about it. And what can we learn from Indonesia? Well, with Professor Tripodi, since 2005, we have done many studies. And as Professor Tripodi said, we have over 100 international peer-reviewed publications. We've done many writing workshops together, and we've had many PhD students, some of whom are now professors themselves. We're very proud. Others are directors of institutes like Dr. Atik, the Dean of URINDO. And we're very proud, very proud. We've been generously supported by the British Newton Fund, the ESRC in the UK, by DICTI, and the Alzheimer's Research UK. So we've done these studies in different areas, rural and urban, in different ethnicities. And what we found was, first of all, At Oxford University, we use screening tests for dementia. And we found that the screening test that we selected worked as well here in Indonesia as in Oxford. So that allowed us to get a good indication of who actually had dementia. And with one of our first PhD students, Dr. Fidiansyah Munir and Dr. Ira Ismail, we did a validation study. So these psychiatrists looked at the test here in the rural areas, and they found that actually using exactly the same cutoff scores, we could reliably diagnose dementia in Indonesia. So this was very important, because what we found was that in some areas, rural Borobudur, which is very poor with little access to medical facilities, and many of the older people, because of the cultural values, live by themselves and try to take care of themselves, the risk for dementia was quite high. And this is because people grew to an older age, but they were not wealthy, so they couldn't afford to buy the medicine and the foods they needed. On the other hand, here in very affluent Jakarta, we assessed a part of Jakarta, Professor Tribudi and the team, which was very rich, with very few older people, because many of those would have moved away to the cheaper places around Jogja. But here you can see the people who stayed behind, they had a very low risk of dementia. So the wealthier people have a lower risk of dementia. And I give many, many public lectures, and they're always filled with very rich and very educated older people who say to me, Eve, how can I prevent dementia? Should I drink wine, and how much do I drink? And these people know much more about this than I do, because they study it, so they are wealthy and they stay healthy. But in other areas, this is not so. And we can see here in Sitanga, rural areas, Sumedang, with mainly Sundanese people, that the dementia risk was very similar to that in the UK. But here the people ate very healthy diets. They had green, fresh tea. They would work for very long, and they would work well. They would take care of themselves, etc. So what we found that in terms of dependency, 1 in 5 people in Borobudur needed help because they could not take care of themselves. That's a lot of people over 60, whereas this was far lower in Sitanga and Jakarta. Now, if we looked at dementia risk factors, we published an article for the ESRC funding, looking at how we could compress these needs. So we know that there are risk factors, the same ones, mainly as for heart disease. And here we have dementia and stroke and diabetes. And what we'd like to see is, can we compress this by employing active aging components? And what we found was that in the rural areas, the risk was higher, but independently, a healthy life and an older age of death, eating fruits, so buah was very protective, and being physically active could compress those needs on the physical side of wealth, the physical resources. If we look, if we look at the psychosocial resources, what we found was that continued education, reading, taking part in the community activities of the Posyandu was very beneficial. So this is about psychosocial health. So there are particular things we can do to stay wealthy, healthy, and independent. Not wealthy with money, but wealthy in terms of that safety and being part of that community and taking part in.
I'm sorry, Prof, if you have 10 minutes left.
Okay, I will whiz through the talk. So what we found was that engaging in sports reduced the risk for dementia and improved the ability to stay alone. And the more you did, the better that was. So this is in the UK, these data. But we also found, very importantly, that psychosocial wealth in terms of being part of was very important. Being lonely, not having quality contact, doubles your risk of dementia. It is so important for you to contact your older relatives, to talk to your mom and dad to make sure that they aren't lonely, because it's the biggest risk factor for dementia, like smoking. So staying active, physically active, psychosocially active is very, very important. Now, this is also something that we found recently in our studies with Atmayaya, with Professor Handayani, and also very important, so not engaging with the psychosocial activities, but also being underweight. So we need to be very careful that our relatives don't lose too much weight. If people become frail, they have an increased risk for falls, they have an increased risk for dementia. Now, often the older people lose their sense of taste, and if they're lonely, they often don't feel like eating. So it's very important to make sure that older people have an adequate intake of especially fruits, but also adequate protein, like tempeh is very beneficial. And to make sure, because many older people lose their sense of thirst, that they have enough to drink. Oops, I think I just did something here. Oh, it's back again. It's very important, as I say, to make sure older people don't get lonely, but also many older people, as the data from Dr. Susiana showed, have a depression. 20% she found, and this is in most of the cohorts, people over 60. 1 in 5 older people has a clinical depression. I'm not talking just about low mood. I'm talking about not wanting to live anymore, having no interest. This is very serious. And how can we prevent this? Well, sorry. I'm just going to go right here. No, I'm going. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just playing around here a little bit with the slides. Here we are. So this is about how can we prevent older people from getting a depression. Poverty is a big one. Poor people often have a depression, and this is because they don't feel safe, because they don't have resources, and also because they have worse health and higher dependency and a higher risk for disease and hearing impairment. So it's very important to make sure that older people are checked medically. Now, if we look at dementia, it seems that there is an increased risk from some of the newest studies. Now, the question is whether that is the case or whether we're not using the right instruments. So we need to urgently do more research to see, is this really happening? Are older people in Indonesia so much more likely? Because it seems from the data that the risk has increased 3-fold. So that would be a lot. But we're still finding all the same risk factors. So living in the rural parts, not having a job, being a woman now increases your risk. In the past it didn't, but now it does. There is a definite increased risk for older women. And it is because they're more likely to have diseases and not engage in exercise. There are, we need to make sure that people eat fruit and the tempeh and that they do not become underweight. And women are also more likely to have a depression. So women are particularly vulnerable. So to stay happy, what we need to do is make sure that people are secure and safe, socially active, physically active, and we can do things like walking, for instance, is very good challenge, which is why Professor Tribhuti said I should walk up and down here, which is good advice. So these are now the risk factors that we have found. And I talked a little bit about the rural differences. So the Jakarta people here had access to the care homes, the hospitals, and the better diets. And people were more likely to exercise and read. But in rural Borobudur, where we saw the high levels of dependency, to reiterate, there was less access and or uptake to medical care. People were less likely to do exercise. And while they lived with the relatives, as Professor Tripodi found, they were more likely to want to stay independent. So they were more likely to perhaps have undernutrition and malnutrition. But in rural Sutanga, people were still working. They complained a lot about their health, but actually they were physically very healthy. So perhaps it is because they lived with their spouses and get help from neighbors that it has less impact. We need to look at this in more detail because we're finding strange thing in the data that can offset physical, psychosocial health and wealth. Now, a recent study we did in Kalyanyar again showed that the risk for women in Indonesia for dependency is increasing. And these women had a double risk of dementia, dependency, and falls, even though in general health, they weren't different, they weren't older or younger, that didn't explain the difference. But these women were more likely to have had much less education. Most of them didn't have a job and they were dependent on their families. So these data show us that, and this is something we found before, this is work we did with Evie Arifin, and we found that in general in Indonesia, women tend to have, be very dependent on their children as they age because they've had less education. They were much less likely to do the protective things we talked about, to read, to keep active, to do the exercises, to do outdoor gardening, etc. Especially having a job, it's so important. When we talk about wealthy aging, we talk about healthy aging, we talk about having a job and being part of the community, having an identity. And many studies find following people up over time in the US, China, and the UK, and I'm sure we'd also find the same in Indonesia, that the earlier people retire, the worse their cognitive function is. And we can see that people have less social engagement and social interaction. They're more likely to become depressed. And even though their stress goes down and they're less likely to smoke, people have an increased risk for dementia and poor health. So working, being part of, taking care of others and being taken care of is very important. So if we want to prevent dementia, we need to have community-based activities, being together with others, exercising, reading, talking, being engaged, doing volunteering. And the Posyandu, and this is something the UK and other countries can really learn from Indonesia, the role of the Posyandu, the primary care centers, where these activities are being provided and people are part of a community. It's so important. The caterers, yesterday we saw a wonderful example of the caterers who are volunteers and they're being trained to provide this support and a part of the community as well. We need to make sure that women aren't left behind, and we're seeing increasingly that women are more and more at risk. In the earlier cohorts, we didn't see this gender difference, and now we do. We see that the women in general have had less education, no jobs, high dependency on children, high risk for dementia, high risk for falls, higher risk for chronic morbidity. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen. And the government can help women by making sure that girls get good education, especially in the rural parts, that they're not taken out of schools, but that they continue to provide mental wealth and resources. It's not just about getting money, but it's about being part of a community and contributing by being independent and by staying wealthy in terms of physical resources, by being active, maintaining a healthy weight, making sure they don't become underweight and frail. That's also very important. We tend to focus on people becoming too big, which is not good, but it's also not good to become too small and frail. and especially high nutritious food like the fruits. You have amazing fruits. They are cheap. We have tempeh, which Dr. Atik found in many studies is so beneficial, not just for dementia, but for diabetes, for many other health benefits. So this is what we can do. I would like to again point out that the community centers, the Posyandu, have a vital role there in providing this physical exercise, the health checks to check and provide information on nutrition and weight, to help the spouse and to give knowledge transfer. And also it allows people to be part of that community, to feel safe and part of. And that relates to how you feel about yourself, whether life is enjoyable and whether you have a sense of belonging. And I think this is something, as I said, we can really learn from Indonesia, and I hope to take back to the UK to let the governments know that these relatively low-cost community centers are crucial to providing wealth and health in old age. So these are the people I'd like to thank, and of course all our funders, and in particular you also here to come here in the morning and to listen to this workshop and help provide your knowledge and input to growing this database, and of course everybody online as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. If. But I will read the question for you, Prof. If, from Professor Endang El Ahadi in the Zoom. Dear Prof. Hugo Vos, I'm Endang Ahadi from Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. Your presentation is very clear and important, especially when you are translating wealth into having various resources, which are leading a risk factor for dementia. My question is dementia related to early life malnutrition, especially in the womb? Many thanks.
What a wonderful question. Thank you so much. We didn't have time, unfortunately, to talk about this. We talked about it yesterday and at Mayaya to the medical students, the importance of making sure that prenatal provisions are optimal, because before people are born, we have intergenerational effects of deficiency. So moms who have poor nutrition, a lot of stress, chronic illness will bring forth babies who are born prematurely, they have low weight, they have stunted growth, and this provides many health risks later in life. These children have poor cognitive development, they have a higher risk of dementia in later life. So it's crucial to provide good nutrition, especially to moms, making sure they get adequate folate, protein, and they don't show malnutrition. Thank you. That was an excellent question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay.
Thank you, Ibu Tia. Good morning, Professor If. Very interesting your prepared presentation today. I just want to share my recent research today in the recent in Jakarta. That's 15% people in Jakarta feel lonely. So we prepare to intervention model for reducing loneliness among older people in urban community in Jakarta by sekolah lansia.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's so wonderful. It's such a good initiative because, but one of the things we need to think about, we often think about older people being lonely, but actually because of COVID, many of the younger people who have, and this is something I think will affect us in the future generations, many of these younger people have difficulty socializing. And I'd like to talk to people here to see if their experiences are the same. But we found that half of our students who came to university could not settle. They were very lonely, and it's very dangerous. So about 40% in the UK of young women between 20 and 24 experience chronic loneliness. These people don't have trouble socializing, and they will develop into older people who can't, they won't make the effort to go out anymore because they don't know. So we need to also look at these future generations to make sure that they thrive and that they take part in the community. I think with, Instagram, TikTok, whatever it's called, many people are just focused on their screens. We need to make sure young people see the importance of the community to engage with the older generations, but also their own. And I think Indonesia is a good example of feeling that community responsibility. And this is again something we can learn in the UK by making sure the younger people work with the older. In Holland, they have an initiative where the students get cheaper accommodation by living with the older people. So they benefit from that intergenerational exchange. And it's wonderful for both of them. There is care, there is love, there is support. And I think this is something, maybe we can do here, we can do in the UK. These are good initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your clear presentation. Nevertheless, I would like to ask about if there is a relationship between poverty and cognitive impairment, what should be done to prevent the cognitive impairment to them? Because they have no time to spend for visiting posyandu and so on.
Thank you. If people have no opportunity to visit the posyandu, what we are working with is technology like Zoom and other, like we're having now, we're having a wonderful hybrid community. So, for instance, I've attended during COVID, I attended many international conferences. And for once, I wasn't exhausted and jet lagged. I could actually follow the lectures rather than to sit there being, oh my God, I'm so tired. And of course, for the climate. So maybe this can take part in some way to provide context and contact. But I still think that we should not, I'm not so convinced. I think the milk of human kindness, the actual proximity of other people is very important. So we should make sure that the older people are taken by more able people to the community centers. And I'll give you one example of how biological this can be. We know now that our guts are very important for our mental health, but also our physical health, for our immune function. Our immune function is very important for dementia. Being with other people affects our gut microbiome. It's not just what you eat. There's the fibers in the fruit, and this is all very good, and we get the vitamins and the gut motility. But also being with other people affects how the beneficial bacteria behave in our gut. Now, that's really interesting, isn't it? So it's not just seeing people, smelling people, having that interaction, because we're social animals. We are very social primates. The worst we can do to each other is social isolation. It's the worst punishment. People go crazy, if you put them in the prison and you don't allow them human contact. And that is how important this is. And yet many older people sit by themselves every day. Some people never see anybody for months. It's awful. So it's crucial to try to get people. I think to some extent we can have the technology take over, but we shouldn't rely on this too much, because the milk of human kindness, actually proximity, the way our bodies respond to other bodies, is far more important than just sitting there by yourself. That's my opinion.
Okay. Okay, we will invite Prof. Dibudi to give appreciation gift for Prof. Ivo Gevos
Thank you very much. This is your perfect. This is the best batik. Your color.
Okay, once again, thank you, Prof. Ibu Gevos, for your great keynote. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will start the second session with the main speaker, which will be chaired by Mrs. Ilsa Medina, PhD. Allow me to introduce our moderator. Mrs. Ilsa Medina, PhD, is a GPAC 2 PhD Fellow at Maastricht University. She is currently working as Senior Social Protection Specialist for the World Bank, where she is co-leading the World Bank support on social protection and jobs to Indonesians and Timor-Leste. Prior to joining the World Bank, Mrs. Ilsa worked with the AUSAID and the British Council on Education, Post-Disaster Reconstruction Project, and Youth Empowerment Issues. Mrs. Ilsa research interests include social insurance coverage expansions among informal sector workers in light of the changing nature of works and aging population. Her PhD research looks into social protection and retirement savings for gig workers. Mrs. Ilsa holds a bachelor degree, cum laude in International Relations from the University of Indonesia and a Master of Public Affairs from Sciences Po, Paris. So, Mrs. Ilsa Medina, you will lead this session for about 2 hours and a half, including question and answer. Please respect the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Thank you, Prof. Tribudi, for reaching out to me to be part of this distinguished event. And thank you, Prof. E, for enlightening keynote speech. And today's discussion, as explained by the moderator, is going to be centered around the topic that are very dear to us today. And apologies in advance that I could not be with you in person because I have a conflicting schedule at the last minute, but I hope that this discussion would be as fruitful anyway. A little clarification, I'm still on my very long journey to my PhD, but I take the pressure positively, and I just learned that Prof. Eve is actually was also in the same alma mater as me. She was also in Maastricht University, so I'm very regretful that I could not join you in person, Prof. But hopefully that we'll have the chance to interact in the future. So. As very well articulated by our keynote speakers and also by Prof. Tribudi today, that we can see that aging is a very pertinent topic in many countries, actually, and several reports, if I may quote, by international organizations suggest that East Asia Pacific and Latin American and Caribbeans are the two regions where aging is most pressing as public policy issues. We have recently probably in the news heard that in countries like South Korea, Japan, these two countries are experiencing aging in a rapid fashion. And Indonesia is somehow still enjoying the so-called demographic bonus, but soon Indonesia will also follow suit. Prof. Eve started off very neatly by asking a very important question on how we should redefine the wealth definition that seems to be everybody's aspiration, to ensure that we actually chart the right path to the so-called wealthy aging. I found this notion very interesting and very well put to help us guide today's discussion. And in her remark, we've heard that if we expand the definition of wealthy aging to include psychosocial and physical wealth, it is inevitable that we should also talk about much broader topics. We should include diet. We should include active living. We should also include psychosocial support. The goal is ultimately preventing degenerative diseases, including dementia in this case. And consequently, it becomes a multidisciplinary topic, and the government is also playing and will play an important role in helping us address some of the key challenges related to healthy and wealthy aging. So today we have the privilege of having four highly distinguished speakers. In this session, we will discuss further the topic of wealthy aging, and we have Dr. Dinar, Dr. Sudibyo, Professor Barry, and Professor Heriawan. Each of them will have around 15 minutes to share their insights on the topic. And there will be a question and answer session towards the end. And for those who are joining online, please feel free to drop your questions or remarks on the chat box, and I will try to summarize them later. And for those unanswered ones, I hope the organizers will have some mechanisms to address them offline. So our first speaker today is Dr. Dinar Danakarisma. I call him Mas Dinar. So we interact quite a lot because I work also with Bapenas for aging. And he is currently the senior policy planner with Bapenas. Since 2008, he has participated in designing and evaluating process of various national social protection programs, which includes the CCT program, Program Keluarga Harapan, which, by the way, also has component on the elderly. He's also well versed on the national social security system, and did quite a lot for the integrated social service and referral system, or the SLRT. He is currently working on the digital transformation of social assistance programs, still in Bapenas. And most recently, my interaction with him has been on aging and long-term care as well. He's also teaching at IPB University and also Pajajaran University. He completed his BA in economics from the University of Indonesia. He followed suit with MA in law and diplomacy from Tufts University in the US, and completed MA and Doctor of Philosophy in social policy from Brandeis University in the US. Please, Mas Dinar, Dr. Dinar, the screen and the floor and the time is yours.
And all of the distinguished speakers and also attendees. I'm very happy to be able to be here in URINDO. This is my first time. I've heard a lot about the campus, but this is actually my first time being present physically in here. Please feel free to stop me anytime, Mbak Ilsa. I tend to speak longer than allowed, so. So please feel free to remind me when I talk too long. So thank you, Professor Tri, for inviting me. Yeah, I think this is one of the first opportunity for us in Bapenas to share with academic on what is the aging policy in Indonesia. This is an issue that is growing quickly and getting more and more attention, but not equally in all sectors, sadly. So this is our interest to make it more knowledgeable for everyone about the issue. So this is the situation that we are facing in 2020. Current situation is not very different. 1 out of 10 citizens in Indonesia is older people. So about 10% of the population is now 60 plus. So based on Indonesian law, older people is defined as those who are in their 60 plus age. Probably this is slightly different compared to the international definition. Some countries are using 65, we are still using 60. And our retirement age is still 58 to 65. So if you're retired at 58, you are not technically older person, but you are retired. So this is quite interesting. In 2045, we expected to have 25% of our population within that age bracket, 60 plus. So this is something that is quite concerning if we don't have preparation on how to create a more age-friendly environment, age-friendly policy, and age-friendly infrastructure. So what we are thinking now is that something that we heard quite often recently is silver economy, basically how to create a more a vibrant economic activity that is involving, that is also focusing on products that are used by older people or have older people as the participants. And if we see from the size of the population, then by 2045, and if we are successful to develop that sector, then Indonesia will be the second largest of silver economy in the world after China, of course. So this is a potency, this is a potential that we would like to pursue rather than to see as a problem. In 2019, Bapenas, with the help of some development partners as well as cooperation with multiple ministries, we conducted an initial study on Silani, which is a Sistem Informasi Lanjut Usia or Older People Information System. This is actually an initial attempt to create a system of care that can be done in the community level based on data. So what we did, we collected data in 7 villages across 3 provinces, in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Bali. Yogyakarta and Bali, of course, they were chosen because they are aging fastly compared to the other provinces in Indonesia. And we try to establish a register of older people in these 7 villages. We try to collect fund for the pilot to actually use the data for developing a system of care. And we managed to secure funding for 5 villages in Jogja and Bali. So now we are still conducting the pilot, 3 villages in Yogyakarta and 2 villages in Bali that are focusing on developing community-based care for older people that is based on data. Based on what we collected in 2019, we find several figures that probably quite consistent with what Professor Eve has presented. We found that in general in these 3 provinces that there are about 9.7% of older people that are in need of long-term care. There are 40% of older people in need of preventative long-term care, which means that they are not in need yet, but probably they will be soon if we don't do anything. And then we found 35% older people with dementia. Please keep in mind, this is not nationally representative. This is collected from 7 villages as a registered data. And then we found 11.4% older people with depression indications and 12% older people with disabilities. In almost all categories, female older people always have worse indicators, worse number. So female older people to begin with, they are dominating, of course, because of their longer life expectancy rate. And but they are even after adjusted by the life expectancy rate, they are still dominating in experiencing these vulnerabilities. So this is the situation of older people in Indonesia. This is not nationally representative yet, but we can take this as a hint, a situation that we need to start to think. So I don't have the figure here, but among these 10%, around 9.7% older people in long-term care, not all of them have caregivers. So only 80% of them have caregivers from the family members. So overwhelmingly, older people who are in need of long-term care, they are taken care by family. And then about 10%, they have caregivers from the community members or non-family members. Probably they hire someone, probably they were taken care of by the community, by the neighbors. And around 10% of those who need long-term care, they live by themselves anyway. Yeah. So these are the older people that probably being described by Professor Eve, that they stay alone by themselves. They don't have anyone to take care. And of course, because they are already in need of long-term care, some of their basic needs are not fulfilled. So if for now, Indonesia have around 27 million older people. If this figure is nationally representative, but this is not, but well, hopefully this can give us some sign. Then there are around 270,000 older people that probably live in that kind of condition across Indonesia. Maybe more focus on several locations like Jogja and Bali that are more age compared to the other provinces. So this gives us the urgency of developing the aging infrastructure. Of course, one, we have to have services available. From the figure that we see that 80% of older people who need services, they are taken care of the family. In a way, it's good. It means that the family system is still working quite strongly. But on the other hand, we can see that there is a lack of services that probably affordable and available for them. So care is still provided traditionally and not by system by the government or by the community. So in a way, this is a sign for us to start think how we can provide how we can provide care or services better in the future. If family system is no longer as strong as now, if the community system is no longer as strong as now, how are we going to secure services for those who need care? Access to social protection is still an issue. Currently, Indonesia has pension and old age saving scheme for older people. However, based on the latest Susanas, it's probably only 12 to 13% of older people now are receiving pension from their company or from the government if they previously worked with the government. So there are 87% of older people that don't have secure income, meaning that they will still need to work or they will have to entirely depend on their family. We do have social assistance, but only targeted to the poor population, and usually it is targeted to the family, so it is not directly provided to the older population. So this is also another concern, how to provide a necessary social protection for the older population. Data availability. We have to be honest that we don't have a database that is focusing more on the issues of older people. Silani, the one that I presented before, this is one of the first in Indonesia. Now it is getting better. BKKBN, the Family Planning Agency, they have data that is developed, and then Ministry of Health is also continuously collecting data of older people. But we need to have a standard on how we collect data to see the vulnerability of older people. Currently, we are using ADL, IADL, and then a geriatric depression scale, disability, and microcognition, I think, for the, yeah. So this is something that we would like to propose to be expanded more nationally. Emergency responses. We have in mind that Indonesia is in the ring of fire and we face a lot of disasters risks. And not only natural disaster, we also face climate change. We also face imported a crisis, economic crisis. Sometimes we also face unexpected disasters like COVID-19. We have to have a very strong response mechanism, especially focusing on the most vulnerable population, and in this case is older population. And the last thing is the mainstreaming. We talk a lot about services, we talk a lot about social protection, we talk a lot about emergency responses. How about in the normal situation where we want older people to be part of our economic activities, our art activities, education sector, and everything? This has to be also made available and accessible for older people. So with that spirit in mind, Bapenas led the formulation of the National Strategy of Aging that has been signed by the President in 2021 as a presidential regulation. So there are 5 areas in the national strategy covering social protection, health improvement, public awareness enhancement, institutional and caregiver, as also the fulfillment of the elderly rights. Did Indonesia never have a regulation before? We had before. We had the law for older people's social welfare. But the law before this one is more focusing on social assistance and more placing older people as a receiver of services, as beneficiaries, as vulnerable community. While in this new national strategy, we place the older people as the center, as a group of population that could be vulnerable but could also be active. And this is trying to see the issues of older people more holistically from several angles. So we try to also link this national strategy to our planning document, because I'm in Bapenas. Of course, I link this. Of course, this is something that is quite important for us. We make sure that what we achieve in a programmatic way in our PGMN will be linked to the national strategy. We try to advocate. So this is also implemented by the local governments, both in the provincial and the city level. And also even further, we are trying to translate and transform this into a long-term development plan that now is in the process of formulation. So the new presidency in 2024 will be using the new planning document both in medium term and long term, and we try to make sure that all of the issues in the old age, in the national strategy for old age will be addressed by the new presidency as well. And we do think that this is a crucial moment for us, that we try to get ready as soon as possible. So when we hit 2045, when we have more older people than now, we are already a population, a country, a community that is more accepting and age-friendly. So some of the approach that we would like to that we address in the national strategy is, of course, we do need human capital improvement. So education is important, and including the issues of older people or aging in the education is also important. So Prof 3 initiative to create this program in URINDO is one of the things that we envision in the national strategy, and we would like this for other universities to have. And then life cycle based, meaning that dealing with aging issues is not only the business of older people. We have to involve all of us, and this is an important thing that we probably have to be aware even since we are a kid, how to maintain our health so we will have a better quality of life when we are older, how we start saving so we will be financially secure when we are old. I think Mbak Prita from Zap Finance is also here, Prof 3. And I still remember that in one of her presentations, she said that even we have to start saving since we are in 20s if we want to make our old age financially secured. So this is an intergenerational and life cycle based, something that we cannot only think when we are old or entering the old age. This is something that we have to think as early as possible. And of course, we have to start appreciating care activities. This is something that we take for granted now in Indonesia. 80% of the older people are taken care by their family members. They are not getting paid. They're not receiving any capacity improvement. They don't know how to take care of older people. And this is seen as a residual activity. If you are not doing anything productive, then you provide care. This is not something that we would like to see in the future of Indonesia. We would like to appreciate this more. We would like to make caregiver as a professional, as something that is regarded by the community, highly skilled activity. Either this is done by family members or professionals. So what we are doing in the back to the 7 villages where we collected data from in 2019, 5 villages of them, we developed what we called as LLT or Layanan Lansia Terintegrasi. In English, it will be Integrated Older People Care. So we try to connect. So the main pilot is here, and we try to connect older people or family with older people with all of the services. And the services are not only limited to health services or social assistance or social protection, but also all services that will provide well-being to the older people. So it will include empowerment, business consultation, art activities, even educational activities that can be and open for now. Well, we try to advocate it to open to the older people. And currently we have all of the services. We have all of the older people as well. But the services, but often this is the problem, the classical problem of Indonesian government is that Indonesian government are quite fragmented. So the services are provided fragmentedly as well. We need a community activity that link this together, that provide a single services that link the older people with all of the services. And this is what we do in several villages, and hopefully this is something that we are trying to develop into a national program, and hopefully can run in a bigger coverage in 1 or 2 years, hopefully.
Mas Dinar, I'm
So
afraid your time is up.
Okay,
But you can
sorry.
have 30 seconds if you have any concluding remarks, please.
So yeah, okay, I will try to fit everything in 30 seconds, but we have invested in this pilot, and as you can see here that the services that that are provided by the team is not only focusing on health, or not only focusing on social protection and assistance, but it's also branching out to many activities that provide opportunities for those people, including their business activities, art activities, education activities. And I think this fits with what wealthy is defined by us now in the seminar, that we want them to have not only money but also family support, resources, whatever that can provide a better life, better quality of life to older people. I think that would be all from me, Mbak Ilsa. I'm sorry for talking too long. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dinar. It's very interesting that the government has been doing a lot, and these are all based on research and piloting, and we look forward to understanding and learning more about these initiatives going forward. It's also enlightening to see that it's going to go into RPJMN, right, Mas Dinar, and this is promising. Our next speaker is Dr. Sudibyo Alimuso. I believe Dr. Sudibyo will connect via online. And he is currently the chairperson of Indonesia Demographers Association, IPADI. He is also the member of Center of Family and Aging Studies in URINDO, Jakarta. And being a member of expert council at BKKBN, the family planning agency of Juang Kencana, he is often a resource person at several ministries and local governments. Pak Sudibyo was born in Pacitan, East Java, and he completed his undergraduate on demographic statistics from the International Statistical Program Center, ISPC, in Washington, D.C., USA, in 1985. The year I was born, Pak, by the way, and continued his master's degree in demography in Georgetown University, also in DC. And his doctoral program is on management of governance, was completed in Satyagama University in Jakarta. And he has been a population and family planning consultant in Nepal and Vietnam, and was also a chair for the Indonesian delegations at the UN annual session on population and development in New York in 2013 and 2015. Please, Pak Sudibyo, the time is yours, Pak.
Thank you very much, moderators, Dr. Ilza, distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Who will share the slides? URINDO or myself? Okay. Nggak bisa share ya, nggak bisa share ya.
Suara, Bro.
Nggak masalah ya. Sebentar, bisa di-share nggak ya dari sorry. Okay. Can you see it? Okay.
Yes, we can see your presentation, Pak Sudibyo.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay. Let me see. Okay, thank you, moderators. Madam Rector, Professor Tribudi, my best mentor forever, and Dr. Susiana, Cefas, Director of Cefas. It is a great honor for me to take this part of this esteemed workshop forum. Let me see. I deliberately took the theme of Indonesian to 45 challenges in aging population and reaching the second stage of demographic dividend for several reasons. When Indonesia is 100 years old, it has been proclaimed as a developed country, as mentioned by Dr. Rina. But I think, in my opinion, it needs to be reminded that it is also we are entering the aging society. That with a huge number of elderly, about 66 million people at 2045, and not all of these elderly potential person for the development. So that's why we must be able to change the way of many conventional thinking. Frames of population aging as a demographic challenge that will threaten national economics by decreasing productivity and increasing public spending. Through this lens, aging is dependent and disengaged, burden on system rather than benefit to society. And their lack of agency limits the tools available to address this profound structural shift. Structural shift. Mainstream policy frameworks, employee contracts, and social perception of aging in large part rely on outdated models and assumption about the labor force, retirement, and pensions. 21st century demography demands a new outlook of aging population as drivers of economic growth and innovation. If I may mention it, they are the elderly who seize the opportunity for the second stage of the demographic dividend. With this introduction, I would like to proceed in the second slide. Indonesia has experienced a demographic transition, which is currently estimated to be in the fourth stage of the demographic transition. The decline in birth rate and death rates from 1971 to the present, for example, total fertility rate has been declined from 5.6 in 1970 to 2.18 in 2020, more than 50% decline, and seem to be continuing decline approaching the replacement level of fertility. Has caused a demographic transition that has resulted in changes in the age structure of the population. In developed countries, the demographic transition has occurred for more than a century, while in Indonesia, it has only occurred in 3 decades. The demographic transition in Indonesia has occurred in a result of health intervention and the implementation of family planning program, which are run parallel to socioeconomic development without waiting for high per capita income like in America or Europe. The effect of this demographic transition is change in the age structure of the population. It is proportion structure that has brought Indonesia into the era of demographic bonus since 2012. No country is immune from population aging, regardless of its particular social, religious, or economic conditions. As also in Indonesia, the elderly population continues to increase along with the progress in the field health, which is characterized by increased life expectancy and a decreased mortality. This demographic development can have an impact in the health, economic, and social field. In 5 decades, the proportion of the elderly population has more than doubled from around 4.9% in 1971 to 10.82%, about 29 million people in 2021. The elderly population is spread across all provinces, with 8 provinces that have entered the old population structure. As seen in the slide, there is 8 provinces: Yogyakarta, East Java, Central Java, North Sulawesi, Bali, South Sulawesi, Lampung, and West Java. By gender, there were more elderly women than male elderly. So that's why Dr. Dinar mentioned we have to pay attention to the women. According to their place resident, there are more elderly people in urban areas than in rural areas. The elderly are a vulnerable population group due to the 3 main factors, namely they are no longer economically productive, have health problems usually, and reduce independence. The increase in number of elderly is in line with the increase in number of households inhabited by the elderly. I make it short comment that study reported that the proportion of elderly women who live alone is almost 3 times than the elderly of men. So we have to take care about this. A study reported that the elderly who live alone face a higher risk of death compared to the elderly who do not live alone due to a lack of mobility, loneliness, and depression. The indicator used by TPS to measure the health condition of the elderly are health complaints and morbidity rates in 2021, for example, as many 42% of the elderly have experienced health complaints in the last month. Half of them have had their daily activities disrupted or are sick. In general, diseases experienced by the elderly are non-communicable disease. The data show also that there is an increase in the condition of the elderly in peripheral state from 61.6% to 66.2% in 2020. This requires joint attention that this condition, especially towards Golden Indonesia 2045, should not let the peripheral condition fall into the frail. Population aging is a phenomenon that occurs in many countries around the world. Indonesia has an increasingly aging population where the number of individuals aged 60 years and over has increased from 7% to 9.8% in 2020 and increased around 11% in 2022. Indonesia population it's already 270 million right now, with the population of working age around 174 million, most in the Southeast Asia region. Urbanization is growing rapidly. For this reason, policies need to be prepared to deal with the era of demographic bonus and population aging, namely policies on human development based on holistic life cycle approach. What's up with 45? Indonesia will be 100 years old, at which time it is expected to be able to take advantage of the demographic window of opportunity. Indonesia has put into the National Long-Term Development Plan, like Dr. Dinar mentioned, as known the ideals of realizing a golden Indonesian with the vision, a country with sovereign, advanced, and sustainable. However, it should be remembered, at the same time, Indonesia will experience an aging population where in 2045, 1 in 5 Indonesians will be elderly. The problem is, as I mentioned earlier, that there are still many conventional thinking frames of population aging as a demographic challenge that will threaten national economies by decreasing productivity and increasing public spending. This thinking needs to be straightened out so that when the time comes, decision regarding old age will not be wrong. I think back to this one. I just want to show that actually when we are reaching in 2045, the demographic bonus is already close. So that's why we always remind the policymakers that we do not think that we still have a bonus demography in 2045. Let's speed up the rapid population aging, transforming societies and bringing into question existing approaches to economic development and sustainable growth. Increased longevity and declining birth rate across the country are converging to create an unprecedented demographic shift. Indonesia will reach a recently unimaginable milestone in the history of humanity. By 2045, there will be more people over 60 than under 14. I think this is important here. This is the first time in the history that the elderly will be proceed people under 14. What we have to do, the various issues that have been stated above, then in 2045, when the golden Indonesia is accompanied by an aging population, it is necessary to plan the right policies from now on. Policy through a life cycle approach, as mentioned by Dr. Dinar, is the key success in turning the elderly into active aging and achieving the second phase of demographic dividend. May I mention, as a driver of the silver economy towards 2045 golden Indonesia. First intervention should be at early life. I think we can read in the slide. And second intervention at adult life. And the third intervention at elderly life. This is in line with Presidential Decree number 88 2021 that mentioned by Dr. Dinar. I also say here that by as references, G20 has just issued the principle on silver economy and active aging, as well as OECD, has put together a set of groundbreaking report on aging and big data, the silver economy, aging and the digital economy. I think this is in line with the proposed policy. Based on policies that lead to a life cycle approach and combined with practicing the 7 dimensions of welfare, the strategy through the 5P ecological model of active aging is very appropriate. I think this is why I will not mention very detail because due to the time, I think the Ilsa already give a sign to me to stop a presentation. This strategy are from the prime and persons, process, also place, and policy making. Implemented correctly, it can certainly bring the elderly to become elderly who are active aging and in turn are able to seize opportunities at the second stage of demographic dividend. I would like to conclude my presentation. I would like to underline with a question that is always bother us as demographers, namely, what is the policy of aging by addressing the second stage of demographic dividends opportunity? Is it a myth or reality? Answering this, some notes that need to be considered based on evidence-based and existing literature as follows. Policy reforms are necessary to address demographic change toward Golden Indonesia 2045, but their success lies largely in correcting all prejudice about aging and addressing this disparity in healthy life expectancy. Technology solution empower the agency by helping build new methods, delivering new products and services, supporting new work practices, and creating connected communities that respond to their needs. Also, innovative new financial models are needed to drive the silver market, incentivizing private investment and drive market innovation, include in coordination with philanthropy and public funding. Social entrepreneurship is critical component of achieving a silver economy, and public policy must establish the framework that enables this individual to thrive. Last, encouraging intervention in a suitable manner through the life cycle approach so that enabling the elderly become active, healthy, and productive. Combined with new and flexible career and retirement models, lifelong reskilling, and the adoption of smart work practices. This workforce changes can lead to greater workplace productivity, increased employment, and economic growth. With such a policy, addressing the elderly to achieve the second stage of the demographic dividend is not a myth, but a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sudibyo, for the presentation. And our next speaker is Professor Barry Boggin. Prof. Barry is Professor Emeritus of Biological Anthropology of the School of Sport, Exercise and Health Science from Loughborough University, UK. And he's also the William E. Sturton Professor Emeritus of Anthropology of the University of Michigan in Dearborn. He received his PhD in anthropology from Temple University in 1977. And the focus of his research is to explain how socio-economic, political, emotional, or CP forces influence on human physical development. He has impressively authored more than 240 books, articles, book chapters, and popular essays. His expertise include human physical growth and development, nutritional ecology, evolutionary biology, Maya people, and human adaptation. Please, Prof. Boggin, time is yours. Excuse me, I think the URINDO needs to be unmuted because I believe colleagues online cannot hear Professor Boggin.
Yeah.
We can hear you now. Thank you.
Now you can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and especially to URINDO and Professor Tribudi for being such a good colleague and host for me. So my talk today is what makes children grow healthy and wealthy. The answer is love and hope. But here we go. My answer is love and hope. And here are some children with love in their hearts. If they have love in their hearts, they will grow up to be healthy and wealthy adults. Several speakers before me have spoken about a life cycle approach, and I specialize in young people, in before they're born, prenatal, as well as infants, children, and adolescents. So, every human being, of course, has basic biological needs. We must have good food. And as before we're born, as newborns, of course, we survive on our mother's nutrition and mother's milk. And then infants also need to be fed. It's part of the definition of infancy and childhood is dependency on other people for food. Young people also need good health. This is Western medicine healthcare, but we need good health, whether it's traditional medicine in villages, in rural areas, or Western medicine in other contexts. So nutrition and health, freedom from infections are absolutely essential. We also need education. Again, this may be an image of a kind of Western style of education with books and reading and pencils, but traditional education, informal education is equally important. So these are basic requirements of all human beings: nutrition, health, education. But we also need love, and love is, in my view, love is the society's love for children, giving nutrition, good nutrition, giving good healthcare, giving education. That's the kind of love I'm talking about. Not romantic love, but social, societal, community love. And hope, if you have love, if you have security, if you have food, You have health, you have education. If you have that security, then you can have hope for the future. If you don't have those basic needs, you will not have hope. And without hope, you cannot grow physically. I'll show you this. We know this very well from studies of infants who were placed into hospitals or orphanages or foundling homes. This image comes from New York City. There were studies by these people, Doctors Chapin, Balkin, and especially Spitz in 1945. They showed that all of the infants, these are newborns to 2 years of age, all of the infants placed into hospitals in New York City died. They died because look at the people taking care of them. The nurses are giving them basic care, but they're not giving them any love. Their faces are covered. This is before COVID. Their heads are covered. They wear different uniforms, and there is no social interaction with the infants. There is no emotional care for the infants. And the infants fail to grow physically, and almost 100% died if they were under 2 years of age. This is not new information. This has been known for over 300 years. Here I have a collection of data. It's actually from a book by a German pediatrician, Piper, published in 1955. And going back to Dublin, St. Petersburg, Brussels, Petersburg, Vienna, Paris, etc., 98% died, 85% died, 79% died. Then the numbers start to go down, but even as late as 1838 to 1875, 50% of infants under 2 years of age in hospitals or foundling homes or orphanages died. Infants placed in the countryside with families, 35% died, or only 18% died. In Bordeaux, France, only 15% died. So if the infants were placed with families in the countryside, they survived because they had interaction with the adults and the other children in those family homes. So we know this today. It's terrible to put infants into an orphanage. They don't get the love they need, and they have no hope. So this is a photograph from 1888 in New York City foundling home. She doesn't look like she's providing a lot of love to all of these infants. Of course, this is a photograph that was posed. The real living conditions were far worse for those infants in that home. Okay, some institutions even rejected children under the age of 5 because they knew they would not survive. The very high death rate. So that was bad propaganda for the nursing homes. Okay, without hope, people may survive, but they grow less in height. We know this not only from the infants who don't survive, but children under the age of 6 in any family situation where they have no hope, where there is neglect or abuse. One of the most common symptoms is failure to grow in height. They just don't grow in height. And my own recent analyses of social, economic, political, and emotional factors, I call these SEPE. These SEPE inequalities are a strong risk for stunting. Stunting is very short height for your age and your sex. So children who suffer these inequalities, economic inequalities, political inequalities, social, and especially emotional abuse, don't grow. Okay, I've published this in an article about SEPE factors, regulate human growth. And it's in a relatively new journal called Human Biology and Public Health. And you can find that online, or you can ask. I'm easy to find, Barry Bogan. All right. I want to focus on hope. I knew about hope most of my life, but I never really understood how important hope is for human development. In 1885, a British artist named George Frederick Watts painted this canvas, and it depicts hope as a young woman. That's the way most of Western Europe depicts hope, as a young woman sitting on a globe, sitting on the earth. She's blindfolded, kind of sad. She's playing a lyre, a stringed instrument like a harp, but there's only one string. All the other strings are broken. She has very little hope. You can't see it here, but just above her shoulder, there is one star in the heavens, just one star. If you go online to Google and find this image and enlarge it, you can see the one star. This painting hangs in a couple of museums. There's different versions in the UK. It was a very popular image when he painted it, and some newspapers republished the image, and people removed the image from the newspapers and put it on their wall. Because in 1885, very few people in the UK had hope. And the reason they did not have hope was because there was an economic depression. Economists call this the long recession or long depression, and it lasted from 1878 until 1896. So this gray rectangle is the long depression in the UK. The UK was the most hard hit by this depression, but it was a worldwide economic recession. And what I've superimposed on here are average height of men by year of birth. And you can see that both before and after the long recession, the average height of men is greater than during the long recession. There's a dip in the average height of men, especially in the United Kingdom. There was a smaller decrease in height in the United States. The long depression in the UK was the most severe. 45% of people were unemployed or underemployed. In Ireland, most of the people farming the land, they didn't own the land. The land was owned by rich English people, but the Irish farmers were evicted from the land. It caused riots and ultimately led to the independence revolution of Ireland in the 20th century. In other countries like Italy and Japan, there was almost no effect, but see how much shorter the men are. These are average heights of men in the military and in institutions like prisons and other places. So they're not the tallest in their country, but they are much shorter in Italy and Japan, and probably the recession, the long recession was not as strong in those countries, so heights are not affected. So economists, economic historians use historic heights as a measure of economic well-being, because when the economy is bad, everyone suffers. And if you were born during the long depression in the United States and in the UK, your height was, as an adult, was reduced. So people were without hope. I read a book by Elizabeth Luard. She's a food writer, and this was a memoir about her early family. And she said the human mind can cope with anything but the loss of hope. And she was writing about her loss of hope when her oldest daughter died. The daughter was only in her young 20s. So for a period, Elizabeth Luard was hopeless. She didn't know what to do. She found strength and hope in her younger children. She had 3 younger children. So it's just a terrible time. But when I read that, it just struck my heart that you can live with anything but the loss of hope. Martin Luther King in 1959 gave his second most famous sermon. He gave his I Have a Dream talk later, but in 1959, he gave a sermon called Shattered Dreams. And in that sermon, he spoke about this painting and what the loss of hope does to people. Of course, he was speaking about African Americans and civil rights in the United States. In the audience that day was another minister, Jeremiah Wright, who gave another sermon in 1990 about this painting. And in the audience in 1990 was this man. Barack Obama was a student. He was a law student at Harvard University in 1990. And of course, in 2006, Obama wrote his book called The Audacity of Hope. And in the book, he says, hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty, the audacity of hope. I'm a very lucky person. My parents loved me. Community loved me. I always had hope. I never knew what it meant to be without love and hope. But Martin Luther King and Obama knew what it was to be without hope. In his book, The Audacity of Hope, Obama writes, "It's in the misery of some unnamed slum that the next killer virus will emerge." That's 2006. Well, that killer virus came to us, COVID-19. And it came perhaps out of Wuhan, China, out of the market. These are paintings by the Chinese artist Li Zhong of what China had to do, of course, in the early days, disinfection and people leaving the city. Just a terrible time for all of us. I wrote a commentary, an editorial with my Spanish colleague, Carlos Varela, in the American Journal of Human Biology, COVID-19 Crisis and Emotional Stress, a Biocultural Perspective on the Impact on Growth and Development for the Next Generation. And we predicted, based on research, much research we already have, that women who were pregnant during the COVID-19 pandemic, all women will suffer great stress, emotional stress, as well as biological stress. And they will have smaller babies who will grow up into smaller adults. That's what we expected. And based on
Prof.
work
Boggins,
by my-
sorry. Apologies, I have to interrupt and let you know that you only have about 1 minute left.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Based on work from my colleagues in Mexico, Dr. Nina Menendez, she found that there was much higher mortality during the pandemic. It increased, maternal mortality increased 60%. My colleagues, Hugo Escuera, found that births decreased at least 18%. So there was probably more fetal loss, wastage, and a large study in the United States, many different health centers, by the study by Pecos, found that maternal COVID-19 infection increases the risk of preterm birth, low birth weight, and stillbirth. So the COVID-19 pandemic is not over. The life cycle perspective means that when these babies, those who survive, grow up, they will have the legacy of COVID-19, both biological and emotional. Hopelessness leads to migration, which is a worldwide concern today, of course. I work with immigrants to the United States from Mexico and Guatemala, just south of Mexico. And I measure children, their height, their weight, and other aspects at the Hope Rural School. When I first went there in 1991, I didn't understand what hope meant. Now I do. And the people at Hope Rural School say education breeds confidence, confidence breeds hope, hope breeds peace. That's a translation of Confucius. Okay, these are the children. In Florida, these are Guatemalan children in Florida. They are significantly taller. That line is their the median height from the World Health Organization. They are head and shoulders taller than the same age children back in Guatemala. And here you can see the difference in height Z scores. These children are basically stunted, much too short for their age. And all of the children in the United States are still short, but much taller. And that comes, they're 11 centimeters taller on average. I would say 3-4 centimeters comes from food and medicine, and the rest, 7 centimeters, comes from hope, and that life in the United States gives them. So what makes people grow? I think hope is the single most important emotional factor for all aspects of human growth, development, and maturation. And I say that in my new book, or the new edition of my book, Patterns of Human Growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bogan. If we have just discussed the early part of the life cycle, our next speaker will delve into a comprehensive geriatric assessment of dementia, which is rather the other end of the life cycle. I would like to invite our last speaker for this session, Professor Heriawan. I understand that he will be joining online as well. Prof. Heriawan Sujono is a medical doctor. He completed his MD training in the University of Indonesia in 1985 with a specialization in internal medicine, which he completed in 1996. His passion for learning is exemplary, I should say. He went on to obtain a master in epidemiology in the same university, and he completed his PhD in 2007. He also concluded his Master of Public Health from Gajah Mada University in 2017. He is currently head of medical committee and geriatric consultant of Cipto Mangunkusumo Hospital. But before that, he led geriatrics and internal medicine units. He was also president and was also a consultant for Royal Adelaide Hospital in Australia. Please welcome Professor Heriawan.
Thank you, Dr. Ilsa, and thank you, Prof. Tribudi, for inviting me on this webinar. And I will share the experience regarding the Comprehensive Geriatric Assessment, or CGA, in dementia care. If we are talking about comprehensive geriatric assessment, there are a lot of definitions of CGA, but the most common definition and universal in usage is a multidimensional interdisciplinary diagnostic process focused on determining the medical as well as psychological and functional capabilities of a frail elderly person to develop a coordinated and integrated plan for treatment and long-term follow-up. The concept behind this definition is that there has always been an early identification process of individuals at greater risk for complications and unfavorable outcomes that would enable us to have a more adequate treatment plan, having a better allocations of the resources available to the multidisciplinary team who works in an interdisciplinary manner. The clinical features of geriatric patients with dementia are not only decrease in cognitive function, but also coincide with various chronic diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, coronary artery disease, etc., including Parkinson's disease. They might also suffer from BPSD, or behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia. 5 symptoms cluster of BPSD are psychosis, like delusions or hallucinations, affective disorder, aggressions or agitations, apathy and hyperactivity, such as wandering, pacing, restlessness, and disinhibitions. These symptoms very often disrupt the family and increase the risk of burnout. In dealing with BPSD, of course, we have to find the unmet need patiently, and the cause might be correlated with essential conditions such as the urge of micturations, defecation, thirst, or hunger. We also have to look for evidence of any lacerations, bruises, or any skin abnormalities thoroughly. As I have mentioned earlier, that this is a multidimensional approach, which enable us or making it easier for clinicians in making diagnosis or assess the patient's problem and provide better plan for the patients and their families. Because there are a lot of special issues that should be taken into account. For example, nutrition, functional status, comorbidities, medications, risk of abuse and negligence, safety at home, and also medical legal aspects. Those conditions mentioned before will put our patients towards greater risk of dehydration, malnutrition, anger, hesitations, and frustrations of the family and caregiver, even abuse and negligence. Not to mention the decrease in personal hygiene could leave them to the higher risk of infections and subsequent delirium. Regarding the domain of CGA, these are the 5 domains of aspects of patient's life. Each area of aspect could be assessed using various kinds of instruments according to the availability of resources and evidence. And these are some of the examples. Regarding the approach itself, clinicians can approach the patient using paradisciplinary manner, but due to the ineffective communication between professionals, it seems quite difficult in providing seamless care. Using the multidisciplinary approach is better, but there are still some shortcomings, as the communication is not fully without obstacles, and each professional still hold the hierarchy goals. So in this approach, there are still several goals depending on the professionals involved in the care of patients. This is the best approach, whereby the goal is only one, is as the patient's welfare. So it is patient-oriented, without any boundaries between professionals, assuring the interprofessionals' relationship working more seamless. Comprehensiveness of geriatric approach could be seen in this matrix. By using this 6 pillars approach, hopefully clinicians will not miss anything. Pillar 1 consists of domains in patient's life. Pillar 2 consists of medical management area. Pillar 3 consists of the clinical approach. Pillar 4 consists of clinical functionality. Pillar 5 consists of the patient's clinical management. And Pillar 6 consists of continuum of care. Putting these 2 aspects, psycho-cognitive and psychosocial aspects, into the list will always include this area into considerations automatically in every steps in the assessment as well as in the management phase. Putting these promotive and rehabilitative modalities will always be a remembrance to any clinicians in preserving cognitive function and creating any possible functional reablement program. And always remember that have to do it in an interdisciplinary manner instead of para or multidisciplinary manner, in order to be able to have the same language between professionals and patient-oriented approach. Clinicians will not only concentrate on healing the impairment, but also they will consider the goal in disability or handicap that were found in our patients. Prescriptions is not only for medications, but in geriatric dementia patients, we should also make prescriptions for nutrition and fluid, prescriptions for activity according to the patient's capability and assets, and of course, psychosocial care is an integral part of our care. And to make it sustainable, discharge planning should be made to connect between hospital-based and community-based services available. Another important aspect of CGA, clinicians should consider the connection between hospital-based geriatric services and community health services in the patient's place. Learning this map will reassure the importance of continuum of care for our geriatric patients, including ones with dementia. A very important aspect of care in patients with dementia is setting their daily activities in a routine schedule. Even though the executive function is diminishing, the patient could still feel the regularity of particular activities or feel the certainty. This scheduled program provides reassurance for the patients and will calm her down. So, geriatric patients actually is in high complexity. Adding dementia into the diagnosis put them into more complex situations, not only for the patients, but also for the family and caregiver. In order to be able to detect problem and address as soon as possible, CGA should be applied, comprehensive geriatric assessment. Some evidence showed benefit in improving quality of care, cognitive function, and quality of life. This triangle describes the connection between cognitive function, balanced nutrition, and regular exercise in the management of geriatric patients with dementia. These three aspects with their subsequent issues are very essential to assure the optimum quality of care. And do not forget to identify any behavioral and psychological symptoms of dementia as early as possible, and recognizing the unmet need, then treat it, and consult your psychogeriatricians if necessary. And please do not forget to always love them and care for them. And using this 6 pillars list, we try to minimize the possibility of untreated issues in the care of our geriatric patients with dementia. Okay, colleagues, I think this slide will end my presentations, and I hope it's fruitful, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Heriawan, and thank you, distinguished speakers. We have heard from all 4 of you, and I'm conscious of time. Maybe I should ask the MC first before we open a Q&A session. Do we have time for Q&A or?
Enough for the question answer?
Because we have, yeah, this is 11:25, and I think we have 1 or 2 questions from the chat box, and I'm not sure if anybody in the room would like to ask questions to our speakers as well. But in any case, while you guys decide, I think this has been a very interesting conversation, and we get a lot of insights. And if I may summarize a little bit, this clearly the issue of aging, long-term care, and wealthy aging is it's about a continuum of care. Throughout these presentations, we've seen how it's involving care from caring and loving early childhood all the way through, as Prof. Eve mentioned, also the need to. And we also have a lot of units involved. We start with the family and then also with the community, and towards the end, probably a interdisciplinary geriatric supports. Do we have any questions from the floor for our speakers today? If not, I can, if people are still discussing, I have 2 questions, which I think can be summarized into one from the chat box. So we have questions on what is, how is love defined? I think this is a question for Prof. Boggin as well. And how is love defined, and how it relates to what's the mechanisms and how it operates through you know, how this relates to wealthy aging and growth, and maybe you could explain that a bit more, Prof. And there was also a question on the role of nutrition and whether dementia can be prevented through nutrition from the early age. Please, Prof.
Yes, thank you for the question. How is love defined? I said that one definition of love is the care that our society provides for its most vulnerable people. So of course, that would be pregnant women, their infants and children, as well as older people and anyone who cannot care for themselves. So we can define love by those economic and social and political measures of investment in vulnerable, dependent people. But we can also define love in the individual by measuring neuroendocrine levels and responses. We know about stress hormones. So when you are insecure, when you are threatened, your stress hormones are increased. We can measure those. I have written about these in some of my other articles on love and hope. We can also measure hormones that represent the positive emotions. For instance, one hormone is called oxytocin. Many people call it the love hormone, but really oxytocin is increased when people are in positive social relationships. So mothers, when breastfeeding their infants, the oxytocin level of the mother and the infant increases. Oxytocin is an old hormone, more than 100 million years old, that is important for good social relationships. We can measure other hormones, for instance, a hormone produced by the skeleton called osteocalcin. Osteocalcin is needed for bone growth, but when people have high levels of stress hormones, that cancels the osteocalcin. Also, the stress hormones cancel oxytocin. So there is a definite interplay between stress hormones and growth hormones. So love is security, and love increases the growth hormones.
Thank you, Prof. Do we have any question from the floor? Because we have a very active.
One question from the floor. I'm going
Please.
to deliberate. Would you please say your name?
Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada saya. Izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan diri. Nama saya Reza Ramadan. Saya merupakan mahasiswa dari Sistem Informasi semester 2. Sebuah kehormatan kepada saya karena bisa menghadiri webinar ini, karena ada banyak narasumber yang sangat luar biasa dan materinya pun sangat luar biasa. Adapun pertanyaan yang saya ingin sampaikan yaitu kepada Prof. If atau kepada Prof. Berry Bokin, kesan pertama apa yang Prof bisa ambil dari lansia yang ada di Indonesia dan juga anak-anak yang ada di Indonesia? Terlebih tadi ada beberapa hasil riset yang didapatkan dari Yogyakarta, Bali, dan juga Jakarta. Apa kesan pertama Prof yang bisa diambil dari lansia dan anak-anak yang ada di Indonesia? Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Rizal. Okay, Ibu Ilsa, will you translate it or?
Sure, happy to. So these questions are for Professor Eve and Professor Boggins. Rizal was asking, what were your first impressions on Indonesians elderly and Indonesians children when you, I guess when you first interacted with them?
Thank you. That's a lovely question. When I first came to Indonesia, Professor Tribudi said to me, what will you do for the people? You're coming here to collect the data, but what will you do in return? And so this has always been my guiding principle, to see what we could do back and return for getting the data. And I've always been very humbled because I have learned very much from the Indonesian people. I think I have brought more knowledge to the UK from Indonesia than the other way around. I think it's very important for researchers who come from abroad to realize the wealth of the knowledge and the multidisciplinarity, as Prof. Tribhuti says, a spiritual, personal, economic, biological, environmental connection. The Indonesian scientists have very much this approach, and I think working together is very good. Also the respect towards not just the older people in the community who are very active participants, but also the children who are very kind and respectful and are respected back is very, it's very heartening to see that. I've always very much enjoyed that working atmosphere. So I think I've learned a lot, both on a personal level, but also on an academic level from Indonesian people, from the very young to the very, very old. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And 10 years ago was my first trip to Indonesia. This is my second, so I don't come very often. I was invited by Professor Tribhuti 10 years ago, and the part that I remember the most was when we went to Yogyakarta. Number one, I stayed in a hotel that has mosaics, pictures of the independence of Indonesia. And I could see the hope in the faces of the people in those depictions of the independence. So now you have 78 years. That's just a little older than I am. And that's wonderful. Congratulations. And then we went to a village outside of Yogyakarta, and I met the grandmothers of the village and some of the grandchildren. Our idea was to begin a research project, intergenerational, grandparents, grandchildren. Unfortunately, Professor Tribhuti and I had other competing competing responsibilities, and we never started that project. But I hope to start that project. I would love to start a project with all of you in Indonesia for my future. So thank you.
Thank you, Profs. We have the next question directed to Prof. Heriawan, but I think this is a pertinent question also for those who are involved in policy making. So Ibu or Bapak Endang Akhadi is asking whether what are some of the challenges faced in this implementing the continuity of care in the space of aging and long-term care. Maybe we can start with Prof. Heriawan, and then we move to Pak Sudibyo, and then Mas Dinar could probably provide some concluding remarks, because this is not an easy feast, right? Mas, to take care of our senior citizens in this context. Please, Pak Prof. Heriawan.
Okay. It is a very challenging question. I think, Bu Ilsa, if you are talking about the challenges for the continuity of care, not only for patients with dementia, but for the elderly as a whole, we can divide it into the human resources needed for answering this challenge, and then the infrastructure, and also the business process in doing so. These three main issues, I think in various provinces in Indonesia, there are some discrepancy. For example, in Jakarta, we have almost all of those resources. But unfortunately, in Papua, in extreme pool, we don't have enough those kind of resources. even though the infrastructure, the business process, or even the human resources. So I think the government should see it that if we want to see, as described by Pak Sudibyo Alimuso, that we are going to have a huge number in elderly populations in the 2045 when we are 100 years old, it is going to be a huge problem if we do not provide sufficient human resources in tackling this problem, and also the infrastructure, not only for health issues, but also for social and all issues regarding these elderly populations, as well as the proper business process regulating this whole issue. I think that's the my opinion regarding the challenges that we are going to face for the continuity of care for our elderly population. Thank you, Ibu Ilsa.
Thank you, Prof. Pak Sudibyo, Dr. Sudibyo, maybe you have something to add.
Okay, Dr. Ilsa. First, I think we will have Golden Indonesia in 2045. The government already declared that we will be as a what we call Indonesia Maju, the sovereign country, and so on. But their success is largely in correcting on all prejudice about aging and addressing the disparity in healthy life expectancy. I think this is very important. Encouraging intervention in a sustainable manner, but not partially from what we call it. A lot of issues in aging done by many ministries, but they are not in a coordinated manner. I think what we call is the people is the same, but the intervention is not in integrated manner. I think this is very important because we have the same people, and I think again in a sustainable manner through the life cycle approach. This is very important because aging is not only dealing with the elder people, but should be start from the beginning, from the very early, so that we will have in 2045 the what we call the healthy elderly. They become an active aging. I think this is very important. So again, sustainable manner, integrated, and through the life cycle approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Dibyo. I would like to hand it over to Mas Dinar, who's working day in, day out on this, like addressing all of the challenges.
Yeah, thank you. I think what we need the most, and is also the most the hardest challenge, is to change our way of thinking, to see that older people is a part of the society, not a residual part of the society, but an inherent part of the society that can have a meaningful participation in many activities, in politics, in arts, in education. And of course, they are part of the vulnerable population as well, but we do know that not all of the older people are in the stage of very vulnerable yet. So this is something that we need to think. Indonesia has been a young country for a very, very long time, and we are now moving toward an aging population. And this is something that we are still it is still difficult to us to see all of the vulnerable population with the same regards. When we talk about vulnerable population like child, people with disabilities, and older people, then we tend to put more attention, let's say, for example, to children, because they are the future of the country, while the older people, we sort of think that they don't have a future. So this is something that we need to change, not only in the community level, but even to the policy making among the government, among the parliament, to put more, not only commitment, not only verbal commitment, but also actions, budget, and everything to to change, because this is our future. This is something that we will experience. Almost all of us will experience, and this is worth our attention. I think that would be all from my side.
Thank you, Mas Dinar. And I understand there's another question from the floor.
I think it's enough for Q&A this session. Ms. Hilsa.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been a very great opportunity for me, and thank you for all the speakers and for those who are joining in person and online. I hope we all can learn a lot of things from our exchanges today, and all the best for the rest of the workshop and the webinar. See you again, hopefully not in a very long time. Good luck with the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
But
wabarakatuh.
please stay at the Zoom, Mrs. Ah, Prof. Dibio and Prof. Heriawan. And we will oh yeah, okay. Okay, before we move on the next session, we ask Rector to pass symbolically the placard for all speaker. Please move forward for Prof. Barry and Dr. Dinar. And for Prof. Heriawan and Prof. Sudibyo, will send this placard.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please apologize for not being together at URINDO,
It's okay, Prof. Dibyo, thank you.
especially Prof. Tri, my best mentor forever.
Okay, once again, thank you very much to all speakers.
I also have a gift. Oh, the book. The top is
In this book, there's a
This is for you, but it's also for all of you.
Okay, please give a sign, Prof.
Yeah. For Professor Tribhuti, with all my respect and admiration, I am proud to be your colleague, and
Thank you so much.
And also our appreciation and maybe the certificate for all the speakers. But I want to say something that's very important. This webinar is inspiring by Dr. Dinar. Big applause. So the topic of wealthy aging comes from him. And then we realize, based on that, so we understand that there's wide perspective of wealthy aging. Thank you so much, Mbak Ilsa, because she's, in my opinion, the best moderator ever. Please summarize the main speaker, the main lecture from Prof. Eve Hoogervos. She's actually very, I don't know how to say, because I just gave, this is yours. And then only maybe in half day, and you finish it. Thank you. Thank you again. And then from all the speakers, we understand that love and hope and love and care are very, very essential. How to go to the old people, dignified old people from childhood. Thank you so much for everybody who involved this first session. Big applause.
Big applause for all speakers. Okay, thank you for all the speakers for the great lecture and especially for Ms. Ilsa Medina who led this session. And ladies and gentlemen, now we start the session of invited speaker. This session will be led by Dr. Laila Ulfa. Allow me to introduce Dr. Laila Ulfa. She is a head of the Magister of Public Health Study Program, University of Respati, Indonesia, lecturer of Public Health Nutrition in Faculty of Health Science, University of Respati, Indonesia, Organization Committee for the Indonesian Public Health Association, or IAKMI. Dr. Laila Ulfa received a grant from Universitas Indonesia 2019 through PITTA grant, a grant for internationally indexed publication for the student's final assignment, risk factor and changes in successful aging among older individuals in Indonesia, and published in Scopus Journal. She also team leader of KIP survey on antibiotic microbial resistance in 4 districts in Indonesia, 2020, found by WHO in collaboration with PT BHI and the Ministry of Health. Dr. Laila Ulfa, you will lead this session for about 1 hour and a half, including question and answer. Please respect the time.
Thank you, Tia. I think you stay there first because we want to take a picture of this class.
Oh, okay.
with the speakers and all.
Okay, we will take the picture first
Over here,
for
okay. Yeah.
all speakers and
We want that.
the participants.
We will take a picture from here, okay? Ya, yang belakang berdiri nggak? Nggak usah. Ya, yang paling belakang
Maybe
berdiri.
have okay, stand up please for all the participants.
Ya.
For all participants, especially.
Ya, very would you? Ya.
Okay.
Ya, ini yang kosong diisi ya, yang kosong diisi. Yeah, okay. And then we will move to the other class because the class there is also full. Ya, silakan. Nanti baru mulai.
Okay.
Smile, 1, 2, and tangannya ke bawah.
Tahan kaki raih prestasi ya. Oke. 1, 2, 3. I will give you the present for the one who very confident to raise the question. Your question is very qualified. Nanti mau saya kirim ya. Oke. Excuse me, I would like to ask you my limitation that I only until this session, and then the next session will be chaired and will be responsibility by Dr. Tri Suratmi, and then later we will discuss about our collaboration. Dr. Dina, who is he? Oh, because he's my boss. Dr. Dina, I told them that you are my boss, so I just follow you now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And a great photo session for us all. Now, okay, thank you, Dr. Dinar. Oh. Terima kasih, Bapak. Thank you, Prof. Okay, move forward to next session. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we already have Dr. Laila Ulfa in front of us, and she will lead the session for about an hour and a half, including question and answer. Please, Dr. Laila Ulfa, time is yours. Okay, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and are you sleepy? Are you hungry? Yes. Okay, enjoy your snack but don't sleep, yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank to Prof. Tribudi as Rector Universitas Respati Indonesia for giving me the opportunity as moderator in this event, and the Honorable Prof. Yves Hugervos as guest lecturer and Prof. Beris Login. Okay, and all speakers, all lecturer on leaders in Universitas Respati Indonesia, and also all participants. Thank you very much for joining in this event. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this session will discuss a very interesting topic. It is about how to prepare to be a healthy elderly through investing in breastfeeding, building an environment friendly for the elderly, financial planning, and also long-term care for the elderly. So we have 4 speakers who are already with us. We have Dr. Luri Dwianti Rahmatan, lecturer from Faculty of Public Health Universitas Indonesia. Hello, Dr. Luri.
Okay. Next, Dr. Susiana Nugraha, Director of Center Family Studies URINDO, and Dr. Susiana, okay. Ibu Dini Agustin, where is Ibu Dini? Oh, okay. Head of Caregiver School URINDO, and Ibu Prita Hapsari Gozi, COO and Principal Consultant ZEP Finance, but she cannot join in this event. But Bu Prita will share by her team, yeah. By her team will show a video, so we can get information from that video about the material. Okay, all the speakers, yeah, sebentar. We'll talk for around 15 minutes, and after 4 speakers have presented their topic, we will discuss them for about 15 minutes. And all participants can ask a question directly or by typing, yeah, in the chat room, and I will read each 2 speakers. Okay, now allow me to welcome the first speaker, Dr. Luri Duyanti, to deliver her presentation. The topic is investing in breastfeeding for healthy aging. Is it worth it? But before the presentation begin, I read the short profile of Dr. Luri. Yeah. She's a lecturer in Department of Epidemiology, Faculty of Public Health, Universitas Indonesia, and she got her PhD in Population Health from University of Oxford, and area of interest are clinical epidemiology, maternal and child health, and infant feeding. Okay, all right, Ibu Dr. Luri, you have 15 minutes to present your material. So please, the time for yours.
Thank you.
Please.
I think URINDO would help me to share the slides. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Luri, and today I'll be giving a talk titled Investing in Breastfeeding for Healthy Aging. Is it worth it? Next. I'm going to share the presentation in 5 sections. First, introduction, breastfeeding benefits and its relationship with healthy aging, challenges to successful breastfeeding controversy, and I will conclude this session by answering the question in the title. Next. Okay, if you are here attending this workshop from next, you probably have known why breastfeeding is important, because biologically speaking, breast milk is the ideal food for mammals, and humans are mammals, so it's the ideal food for human infants. And next, from medical and public health perspectives, breastfeeding is the most effective ways to ensure child health and survival. And so, the current recommendation from WHO and UNICEF is that next, babies start to initiate breastfeeding in the first hour of birth, and then they exclusively breastfeed for the first 6 months of life. And from the age of 6 months, they will continue to be given safe and adequate complementary foods while continuing to be breastfeed for up to 2 years or beyond. Next. So we talk about breastfeeding benefits and its relations with healthy aging. So there are many benefits to there are many benefits of breastfeeding for individual health, individual wealth, for environment, and also for the population in general. So from individual health, it's probably the most direct. The most direct benefits is for the child's health, because there has been tons of evidence that breastfeeding decreases risk of infection and other diseases like diabetes, obesity, and allergy, and many more. And other than that, for the mother herself, there are some evidence that breastfeeding decreases risk of breast and ovarian cancer. Now we move to the individual wealth. When we talk about economical savings, breastfeeding is generally cheaper than formula feeding, especially if the mother earns less than the cost of infant formula. So when you can breastfeed, you save a lot of money. And when we talk about environment, breastfeeding is actually the greener options because it produces less carbon emission and less waste, just not like the formula packaging, formula manufacturing. So it's a greener option. It's better for the environment. So all these benefits will add up to the population health and wealth. So improved health at the population level, and it will mean that less costs spent on diseases are prevented by breastfeeding. So now what's the connection between breastfeeding and healthy aging? So healthy aging, as defined by the WHO, is developing and maintaining the functional ability that enables well-being in older age. And healthy aging is not just one factor. It needs many factors. And some of the most important are physical and mental well-being, financial security, healthy environment, and of course, adequate healthcare services. And there are so many more. And breastfeeding, just like we talked about the benefits before, is one of the long-term investments for healthy aging, because for the baby, because the baby will grow into an adult and will age eventually. It provides nutritional foundation for human beings since day zero. It boosts immune system and improves cognitive development. So breastfeeding is an investment because the baby will grow into a quality individual. And for the mother, it will have some benefits to decrease risk of some diseases like cancer and other diseases that will develop later in life. And with the direct investment is to support it, breastfeeding can support postpartum weight management. And if the mother enjoys breastfeeding because it produces oxytocin, it's a hormone that makes you calm and happy, it's also good for the mother's mental health. Okay, now because now we know that breastfeeding is beneficial, but is it easy? No, it's not easy because there are so many challenges to successful breastfeeding. Some of them are next illnesses and medical conditions, which we will talk about in the next slide. And there's also lack of knowledge and skills because people, or many women, many mothers think that breastfeeding is easy. It's natural. Animals can do it. Cats can do it. Dogs can do it. I can do it. But the problem is that it's not that easy. Breastfeeding is natural, but it's a learned process. And sometimes mothers don't know how to deal with sore nipples, low supplies, stress, and other breastfeeding difficulties. And that's a challenge to successful breastfeeding. And the next one is lack of support from spouse and family. You probably heard about when some mothers, they want to breastfeed, but the partners are not supporting them. The family are intervening. They probably come from different generations where they think formula is a better option, and they intervene in the feeding decision. And then there's a lack of breastfeeding support from health professionals because not everyone have the access to get professional help. Sometimes there are medical conditions where you need professional help to help breastfeeding, but not everyone can access that. And then there's a lack of support from workplace, which we'll talk about later. And last but not least, the unethical formula marketing. Right. So generally, most women can breastfeed, but please know that some women cannot or struggle to do so. And so WHO created guidelines on acceptable medical reasons for breast milk substitute. And I've put some, I put the reference down in the note, but it's just some of the examples. There are a long list, and probably the guidelines will change depending on the research and development. But this is just to give you a general idea that some babies might not be breastfed because they have rare conditions that can endanger them if they get breast milk. So for example, classic lactosemia, maple syrup urine disease, and phenylketonuria. So these babies cannot be breastfed. And there are other babies who might need temporary supplementary breast milk substitute. Next, like very low birth weight babies, very preterm babies, or ill babies, or the ones at risk of developing hypoglycemia. And the challenges can come from the mother. For example, mothers with HIV positive, and when there's substitute of breast milk that is acceptable, feasible, affordable, sustainable, and safe, then yeah, it can justify the permanent breastfeeding substitute. And there's also another condition that justify temporary breast milk substitute. For example, when the mother is very ill, and they cannot breastfeed the babies, or when they're having herpes simplex, or they are on medication such as sedation or receiving radioactive iodine. So these are conditions where some women might not be able to breastfeed temporarily. Now, when we talk about unsupportive work environment, just want to raise awareness that in this month, in the first week of August, there's World Breastfeeding Week, and the campaign is that you shouldn't require superpowers to juggle breastfeeding and work. Why? Because this is very relatable. It's a huge challenge for breastfeeding mothers, because there are not always the work environment are not always supportive and to them, and there's like inadequate or unfair maternity leave policy, for example. So for some mothers, breastfeeding can be very expensive because they have to choose. If they choose to breastfeed, they would lose their work, they lose their job, they cannot earn money, and so that's why they have to juggle and struggle to breastfeed. And last but not least, this is one of the major challenges as well, the unethical formula marketing, which some people might not be aware of. So I'm just going to highlight that the problem is not the formula itself, it's the unethical marketing. So for example, many formula companies target pregnant and nursing women with free samples and freebies. It might seem like harmful acts for some people who don't know, but this is part of unethical formula marketing. And there's also false or overclaims of the product. And there's also things like using public figures and health professionals in the social media or in the health facilities to promote formula. So this is part of the unethical marketing, which many people aren't aware of. It's getting stricter these days, but this still happens. So now we talk about how breastfeeding is beneficial and how there are challenges. But infant feeding itself, it's not, you might think that breastfeeding is a safe topic because everybody in Indonesia, most of them, they support breastfeeding and they think it's a good idea. And we are culturally supportive towards breastfeeding. But there are also controversy around this, this issue. Next. So you might have heard about cultural social pressure, like mom shaming. It might be related because so infant feeding is different depending on the setting. So you can be shamed for breastfeeding in public in other countries, but in other settings where breastfeeding is very preferred, then you can be shamed for not breastfeeding. It really depends on the setting. So in Indonesia, there are also some like trend, like or what do you call it? Is many mothers can feel stress or feeling guilty or feeling like a failure for not being able to breastfeed. It's because they are starting to have a raised awareness that breastfeeding is good, that many people are doing it. It's the right thing to do. It's the best options for the baby. And they try to do so because they love their child. But like I've said before, some women cannot do it. So they can develop sense of guilt and stress because they cannot do it. The next one is about milk sharing, which is actually good. Which is actually a good thing because it means that there's increased awareness that milk donation is a good thing. It's needed, but the problem is that when you share milk between between children without proper facilities, then there's also the risk of disease transmission from unscreened donor milk. And there's also the risk of developing milk kinship or milk siblings, which is a problem for some culture or religion. So you really have to know who your donor and whether it's safe or it's screened properly. And sometimes when it's not done, it can be a problem too. And the last one is like skepticism towards methodology in breast milk, breastfeeding, and formula research. There's always, it can get very political. There can be biased views, there are conflict of interest, and it's always like that. So that's some of the controversies that you might need to be aware of. Now, next. Now we're coming to the next slide, the last slide, which is going to be answering our question, the title. Next. So if I were asked, investing in breastfeeding for healthy aging, is it worth it? Then my answer is yes. If you can, because like I've said, there are situations when you cannot. But my take is that it's worth it. So you please always aim to achieve optimal breastfeeding. I would always encourage mothers, my patients, my family to try to achieve optimal breastfeeding. And for the people around the breastfeeding mothers, please support them because you're investing in the next generation. You're investing in the future. But as I said before, if breastfeeding doesn't work for you, please don't be discouraged because next, when you talk about healthy aging is multifactorial. So there are other ways to achieve it. So yes, I would say that please breastfeed when you can. Try to support breastfeeding mothers, but be aware that some people cannot do it. So please help them with the safe option, how to breastfeed or to feed their child in safe and proper ways so that the children can grow into quality generation as well. So I think that's all my presentation. I hope it's clear. Then if you have any question, don't hesitate to ask later. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ruli. Excellent presentation. So we know the answering for the question, investing in breastfeeding for healthy aging is worth it. The answer is yes. Yeah, if you can. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Luri. Now we invite the next speaker, Ibu Dr. Susiana Nugraha. Please come to the next. Oh, okay. Okay, I will introduce the profile of Dr. Susiana. Okay. Dr. Susiana is a lecturer and a national and international researcher in the field of public health. And she is interested in aging population and gerontology issues. She obtained her doctorate in public health at the University of Indonesia. She is also a leader the CEFAS, URINDO, and have received too many awards, including the Healthy Aging Prize for Asian Innovation, award in assisting the elderly to face the COVID-19 pandemic, and Community Empowerment Award. And she was also honored as the best lecturer in 2021 and become a student ambassador at Asia Pacific University Global up to very excellent. Thank you. Amazing, yeah. All right, Bu Susiana, you have 15 minutes to present your paper.
Thank you so much, Bu Urfa, for long introduction. Okay, good afternoon. I think it is a critical time because lunch should be approaching, but we still studying. Well, okay. Okay, my name is Susiana Nugraha, and I'm going to share to all of you about our effort in our dream in towards age-friendly environment and the pentahelic approach that being implemented in West Java area. As okay, thank you. So instead of being the director of Center for Family and Aging Study, I also leading the Indonesia Ramah Lansia West Java chapter. Maybe all of you have already understand about this organization. It's a community that age-friendly community that lead in West Java area. Next slide. Okay, this is our current situation that we have since the earlier session. We have already discussed about how the aging issues that I'm going to highlight about. We are living longer, but not yet healthier. So we may notice that the life expectancy continues to increase in Indonesia and in other countries. But many of us are not so healthy to spend our aging life. So this is the picture. Normally we have around since this data is taken on 2019. It is mentioning about the gap between healthy life expectancy and healthy life expectancy. So many of them in 2019 we have around 8-year gap. So although we are aged maybe for 70 or 80 years old, but not all the not all the elderly years are in healthy condition. So that's why we need to do something for these issues. And this is already mentioned by several experts that life course is very important in defining healthy aging. So the healthy aging is point out that the period of significant loss of capacity in old age is most often preceded by some early decline. So as mentioned by Prof. Berry previously, that those who are living in a good life, in earlier life, they likely to have better life in the older life. This is the trajectory of aging that we can learn. And the healthy aging concept itself is depend on the individual intrinsic capacity and the environment. So the interaction between individual capacity and the environment, we can call it the functional capacity. So there are at least five intrinsic capacity, 5 indicator of the intrinsic capacity. We call it locomotion. Locomotion is the way we mobile, the way we move from one to other place. And then sensory, it is eyesight and also hearing function. And also vitality, like obesity, body mass index, grip strength, and others. And psychological is very important. This is already mentioned by Prof. If that depression is likely happen to older people. And nowadays I'm conducting research with my student Resna that identify the geriatric depression in 4 group of older people in the West Java area. And last but the most important thing is the cognition. Cognition is very important thing that we need to consider when we talk about healthy aging. This is So WHO defined the capacity, intrinsic capacity as the combination of individual physical and also they emphasize to focus in mobility, cognition, vitality, psychosocial, neurosensory, like vision and hearing. And those older people who have already declined in physical intrinsic capacity need to have good environment to let them have optimum functional capacity. So they need good housing, assistive technology, transportation, and also social facilities. Environment comprise all the factors in the outside world that form the context of individual life. I have been conducting research in 2020 about the housing environment that affecting about 3 times risk of elderly to fall. So the housing environment is also important. So it is not only home, but also in the community and also the broader society. Within this environment are a range of factors, including both environment, people, and their relationship, and etc. Okay, we borrow the concept of age-friendly environment, age-friendly community, and age-friendly that consists of age-friendly community and age-friendly city from WHO. At least they have 8 pillars. The students who are taking my class already understand about this issue, isn't it? So we talk about housing and then social participation, respect and social inclusion, civic participation, communication, community support, and other services, and also transportation. These we are in collaboration with other sectors such as government and then corporation and also academic and also community. We try to approach this age-friendly city or community to improve our better environment in West Java. This is our pentaholic model that we develop in West Java area, and how we approach the government to develop the policy in supporting active aging. And I'm going, we can look at here, the other space. Then I'm lucky because I have a good contact with the government and they always accepting my advice how to build environment in especially in Bandung City. It is the case of Bandung City. So they are okay. We need like bench, walkway, and something else that the walkway should be clear from others like ojek or PKL, pedagang kaki lima or something else. So we start the campaign led by the Department of Water Research and Highway Construction and Maintenance from Bandung City. We start a campaign for inclusive behavior. So not only the older people, but also for those who are disability. So we conduct this campaign once a week, every Thursday. So if all of you want to join with this kind of campaigns, please join us. And these campaigns is, have very big impact, especially to educate those people who likely use the walkway in a wrong, inappropriate way. And also we are not going through this home safety or but we keep educate the older people to maintain their living environment, especially at home safety, how to put the wire, how to put their furniture and something that need to be considered to be safe to the older people to avoid any hazard. And next, this is our biggest program is Sekolah Lansia, other seniors, we call it senior school in West Java. Currently, we have 49 classes with 2,200 members. But, many of them have already learned, have already joined with the program for at least more than 6 months. And the longest participation is 36 months. So they have already 3 years joining with the program. Why do they joining this kind of program? Because they say that I have new hope. That's what important say. Like what Prof. Berry said, that they have new hope. Because at the end of the program, the older people will get a graduation ceremony, which is not so common in other community. And another people said that waiting for the class each month is new hope for them, so that they more enthusiastic, they're more energized with this program. So this program, we use, I think Prof. Takio is still in the Zoom. It is your visit the last couple of months ago. So we conduct a lifelong learning from initiated by Indonesia Ramah Lansia, and we try to open the opportunity to older people to engage with social in social participation and to connect with others. We also integrated the program with the community, with the empowerment, so that we teach them how to make traditional medications and something else that they can create it by themselves as part of community empowerment. And this is a civic participation and employment. We didn't have this kind of track for older people, but we tried to encourage the members, the older community, to join with our volunteers activity, such as this is the urban farming, and this group is the third grade of the older people. In the future, they will become part of caregiver in community base. So they have already learned about everything about aging process, and also we told them about how to conduct a simple caregiving that can be applied in the community. So when they visit their family or relatives, they can do something to help them, like self-care itself. And then respect and social inclusion. We try to campaign the social inclusion in the community. We have Bandung Ramah Lansia. This is our dream. And next to be is Bekasi, also asking us for developing this project. And this lifelong learning, we said that this is a best social inclusion that I have already found in my life. Why? Because there's no gap. Whatever their background, although they are never illiterate, never educated, until the PhD, those who have already finished their PhD, they can join together, they can join with the activity, because as they come all together, the discussion will be just about the aging issues like back pain and also knee pain or something. So they can collaborate, they can conduct, they can do activity all together. And also the most important thing is community support. Another pillar of the healthy aging, no, not healthy aging, but age-friendly city is community support for the for health service. We collaborate with the Ministry of Health and also the district level of the district level of the health department. So that's why, Prof, if I told you that I have 1,920. Yeah, this is what part of this project. So we conduct a screening, a health screening, like dementia, functional capacity, and also some indicators such as blood cholesterol, hyperglycemia, and also hyperuricemia that might be suffered by older person in our society. So this work is in collaboration with we also bring the students. So we maintain the intergenerational connectivity. We bring the students with us to work all together with our in our program. So this is our conclusion. Age-friendly environment benefit all community members by removing physical and social barrier and fostering the inclusiveness. This is not only benefit for older people, of course, but it is also improve accessibility, address gender inequality, and help with the resilience of community during an emergency condition. Social inclusion is very important. And age-friendly environment enable people to age well in a place that is right for them, continue to develop personally, and be included, contribute to their community, and enjoy independent and good health. Okay, this is all my presentation about the age-friendly environment. So should you have any question, please feel free. And thank you so much. I give to Dr. Ulfa.
Dr. Susiana, about your paper. It was an extraordinary presentation. From your presentation, we realize how important the age-friendly environment. So kita jalan-jalan ke Bandung to see the age-friendly in there. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Dr. Sujana. Next speaker is Ibu Dini Agustin. Ibu Dini Agustin, the topic is the role of caregiving to enhance long-term care for the elderly. Are you ready, Bu Dini? Before we begin the presentation, I read the short profile. Ibu Dini Agustin is a Master of Social Work from the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Indonesia, and is currently a lecturer and researcher at the CEFAS URINDO, and member of Active Aging Consortium Asia Pacific, working with Asian Aging Business Center or AEBC, Fukuoka, Japan, on long-term care supported by Japan Foundation and with Toyota Foundation. And her current interests are in community engagement and research in the field of aging, age-friendly communities and cities, long-term care and quality of life of older person, as well as caregivers issue. So her experience is closely related with the topic that will be delivered in this session. So please, Bu Dini.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ulfa, as moderator for warm introduction. And thank you to all the participants here. I know that it is the time for lunch, but please stay for at least 10 minutes. I'll make quick my talk. Okay. Today I would like to present experience in running a caregiver school in informal caregivers with title The Role of Caregiving to Enhance Long-Term Care for the Elderly. Sorry. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as you might understand that Asia has the fastest growing aging population since 2014. By 2050, number of senior citizens will become twice of its current number. And around 65% senior citizens live in Asia. Sorry. Okay, the increase of sorry. Jadi usia harapan hidup or life expectancy has caused an increase in elderly population based on the Central Bureau of Statistics. Population projection data can be seen that since 2010, the shape of pyramid has become increasingly fat in the middle. So the tip of the pyramid starting from the age of 60 years and over has widened. Okay, don't worry, Bu Ulfa, I'll make quick. According to basic health survey, the number of elderly people with disability increased. Based on disease, still there are more elderly with independent than dependent, while the elderly dependence level is also still on independent to the total dependent. Ladies and gentlemen, to this slide, I would like to explain more about the long-term care. Aging population has been bringing to more countries in the world, including Asia, the challenge of the shortage of care worker for elderly, in particular long-term care worker. This is the impact of aging population on long-term care for the elderly. According to WHO, defines of long-term care as a system of activities undertaken by informal caregiver or professional to ensure that a person who is not fully capable of self-care can maintain the highest possibility quality of life according to their preference, with the greatest possible degree on independence, autonomy, participation, on personal fulfillment and humanity. In this slide, the goal of long-term care is to improve and or maintain health status and functional ability in order to be independent and improve their quality of life to allow the elderly to die in peace and dignity. And now we move to caregiver in long-term care. Caregiver in long-term care for elderly is a person who has graduated from formal or non-formal education or training in the field of caregiving. So he has the ability to provide assistance and support to the elderly and group of the elderly who are unable to care for themselves due to the limitation, both physically and mentally. And you as a student here, you can take the course to care your parents, yeah, when they are not fully capable. The type of caregiver is, there are two types of caregiver, informal and formal caregiver. Yeah. Profile of caregiver in Indonesia is 75% are women. Yeah. 51% is more than 50 years old of women, and 57% are children, and 6 to 23% are spouse, and the rest is friend, grandchildren, and niece. This is the result of our research about caregiver knowledge on long-term care. There are 99% that have good knowledge about the long-term care. And this one is caregiver attitude and practice on the long-term care. The result is also quite good. There are 63% of the knowledge. And then the attitudes also quite good, 49% of knowledge. And then the role of the family in comprehensive care for the elderly is providing long-term care facilities in which providing assistance to carry out daily activities or ADL. Like walking, getting up from the chair, bathing, brushing teeth, getting dressed or poop, eat, and so on. All forms of holistic service are the role of the family as caregiver or informal caregiver. This is some training for caregiver in the community services on long-term care held by our research since 2015 to 2017, held in Jakarta and Yogyakarta. And This one, caregiver training in collaboration with Health Office of Depok City. We held training for informal caregiver for 11 districts in Depok since 2018 to 22. 22, yeah. This one also training assessment of long-term care held by Cefas, URINDO, collaboration with area, and also training for oral care model development for swallowing function held in Jakarta and Bandung. This is the follow-up on developing training system on long-term care. And this one, training and education certified care workers, developed by Professor Take Ogawa. We will to adapt the training model to Indonesia. And this one is decree from the Minister of Manpower about the standard competency for the individual services sector and the subsector of care for services in the care worker or elderly. And it's like we'd like to introduce our manual book, our guidance book developed by our researchers in collaboration with Ministry of Health and Area. As a conclusion, the demand of long-term care services in the community is significant. Hence, the standard of long-term care in the community is highly needed. Caring for elderly in long-term care should be done with full understanding and respect. Training for caregiver has been conducted in institutional and community. However, it should be standardized in which training should be improved. Caregiver professional is urgently needed because their existence is still very limited. The system should be developed in holistic approach with networking and referral system, including prevention in long-term care. As a recommendation, the focus of the national healthcare reform should be changed from person-centered care to person and family-centered care. Training of healthcare providers to engage with the support caregiver, both formal and informal caregivers on long-term care. University must begin to see the need of certified caregiver as an opportunity to create professional caregiver programs through vocational school to meet local, national, and international needs. Thank you very much for the attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Dini Agustin, for giving us such an informative and interesting presentation. This presentation reminds how important the role of family in comprehensive care for the elderly. And for the student can take course about the long-term care, and Bu Dini will teach. Okay, so many thanks, Bu Dini. And the last speaker is from Ibu Prita Hapsari Gozi, but she not yeah. But the team will share the video. Please, Mas Izzy, to share the video from Z Financial.
Thank you, Dr. Ulfa. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Prita Gozi, and I'm a financial consultant from Z Finance. I'm here to discuss a topic that is of utmost importance for many individuals, which is financial planning for wealthy aging. Okay, the millennials generation born between 1980s and mid-1990s are known to face unique financial challenges compared to previous generations. They say that factors such as high student loan debt, a changing job market, and the needs to save for retirement over a longer time horizon can also influence their readiness for retirement. However, it is important to keep in mind that the level of preparedness can vary significantly among individuals. As you can see from the chart below, that 57% of the population said that they are ready, while the rest said not ready. Okay. Many challenges faced by the productive generations, such as Gen X and also millennials. What are the challenges that they face today? They are required to accumulate wealth over time while also being in complex financial situations. And after the assets have been accumulated, it is also important to preserve their wealth so they can have strategies in transitioning assets to the next generation. As we accumulate wealth throughout our lives, it becomes crucial to have a clear financial plan in place to ensure a comfortable and secure future. Today, we will explore key considerations for financial planning specifically tailored to wealthy individuals as they age. To effectively plan for wealthy aging, it is essential to identify and also understand your financial goals. This may include maintaining your lifestyles and also standard of living, also ensuring healthcare and long-term needs are met, and establishing a legacy for future generations or even starting new ventures. Knowing your financial goals will enable the family to create a financial plan that aligns with their aspirations. So, how ready are Indonesians in terms of facing their future retirements? Recent surveys results are, in general, their retirement income for workers in Indonesia is expected to be 20% of their current income or even lower. And also, Indonesian estimates that they need an average of 16.52 million each month to maintain a comfortable lifestyle in retirement, or about only 90% of their current average income. And also, 68% of Indonesians' populations have investment assets below 600 million rupiah. One important aspect of financial planning for wealthy aging is wealth preservation. Established pension fund target is very important for having a comfortable retirement. So the ways to do so is by diversification of investment portfolios enabled to mitigate the risk, and also taking regular review and also adjustments of investment strategies. You also need to consider many alternative investment options available, especially in your own country. And lastly, utilization of professional wealth management services is also important. It is very important as well to align investment strategies with your own goals and also risk tolerance. Now, while retirement planning is important for everyone, financial well-being should be the target as well. Financial well-being encompasses three essential aspects: financial security, financial stability, and also financial sustainability. Let's take a closer look at each of these components. Financial security basically refers to having a solid foundation of financial resources and also protection in place to weather unexpected events or as well as emergencies. It involves having an emergency fund, insurance coverage, such as for your health, life, disabilities, and also property insurance, and a comprehensive understanding of your own financial situation. Achieving financial security will bring peace of mind, knowing that you have safety net in place. Financial stability focuses on maintaining a balanced financial state over time. It involves managing regular income and also expenses, budgeting effectively, and avoiding excessive debt. By practicing sound financial habits and living within your means, you can establish stability and also avoid unnecessary financial stress. Last one, the financial sustainability refers to the ability to meet your long-term financial goals without compromising your current or future well-being. This aspect involves making wise investment decisions, savings, and also investing for retirement, and also considering future needs, such as education expenses or healthcare costs. Striving for financial sustainability ensures that you have the resources necessary to maintain your desired quality of life throughout your life journey. So to sum up, financial well-being encompasses financial security, which protects you during unexpected events, while financial stability, which involves managing regular income and expenses, and financial sustainability, which ensure you can meet your long-term goals. So by addressing these three components, individuals can enhance their financial well-being and enjoy a more secure and prosperous future. Now, calculating your pension fund target is very essential for planning a secure and also comfortable retirement. Here is why it is important. First, setting clear goals. By calculating your pension fund target, you can set specific retirement goals based on your desired lifestyle and also financial needs. This target serves as a benchmark to work toward and helps you determine how much you need to save to achieve those goals. Second, knowing your retirement gap. Calculating your pension fund target allows you to compare it with your current retirement savings, such as in BPJS. This helps identify any shortfall known as the retirement gap. Understanding this gap early on gives you time to implement a plan to bridge it, whether to increase savings, adjusting your expenses, or perhaps seeking additional sources of income. Third, effective financial planning. Knowing your pension fund target enables you to create a comprehensive financial plan for retirement. It also allows you to consider factors such as inflation, investment returns, and the longevity of your retirement period. With a clear target in mind, you can establish a disciplined saving strategy and also make an informed decisions regarding investment and also risk management. Fourth, it can also help you assessing retirement readiness. Calculating your pension fund target provides a way to evaluate your readiness for retirement. By comparing your current savings and projected future contributions to your target, you can assess if you are on track or if some adjustments are need to be made. Last one, why you need to calculate to adjust your saving strategies. When you know your pension fund targets, you can evaluate the efficacy of your current saving strategies. If you find that you are falling short of your target, you can adjust your contribution, explore perhaps additional retirement savings vehicle such as employer-sponsored plans in Indonesia, perhaps you known as Dana Pensiun Lembaga Keuangan, or consider seeking higher growth investment opportunity such as investing in stocks and so on. This proactive approach will help you better align your saving strategy with your retirement goals. Remember that calculating your pension fund target is just the first step. It is also important to regularly reassess your target as your circumstances change, such as when you experience career changes, perhaps receive salary increases, or encounter unexpected financial windfall. If you need assistance with calculating your pension fund target or developing a retirement savings plan, consider perhaps consulting with a financial consultant such as Zep Finance, or you can use our online retirement planning tools that is available for free on our website. The website is, can you get back to the previous slide, please? Okay, https://thefinance.co.id, individual family Dana Pensiun. Dana Pensiun is pension fund in Indonesia. So we ask you to join us to calculate our own pension fund target using these free tools in our website, thefinance.co.id. Okay, financial planning is not a one-time event. It requires continual monitoring and adjustments. Financial checklist is very crucial to ensure that your financial goals remain on track. As lifestyles and market conditions changes, your plan must evolve accordingly. In conclusion, financial planning for wealthy aging is a crucial step in ensuring a comfortable and secure future. By understanding your financial goals, preserving wealth, managing risks, and partnering with professionals, you can pave the way for a rewarding and fulfilling retirement phase. Just to take a look at the financial checklist for your own age. Okay, if you need more information regarding financial planning in general, you may visit reputable financial planning websites such as thefinance.co.id, consult with certified financial planners, or refer to trusted publications. Thank you so much for your attention throughout this presentation. I wish you a very healthy and wealthy retirement.
Yeah, thank you for the video. I forgot to introduce Ibu Prita. Ibu Prita Apsari Gozi is CEO and a principal consultant Zep Finance. Jadi Finance itu perusahaan konsultan ya untuk manage keuangan gitu. And she is Master in Commerce Banking and Accounting University of Sydney, Master of Graduate Certificate in Financial Planning, Financial Service Institute of Australia, Melbourne. Yes, that is the profile of Ibu Prita. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the question and answer session. There is no question in the chat box, ya. Maybe in the floor, silakan yang mau bertanya. Oh, Prof. Please, Prof.
Thank you for excellent presentations, really good. I would like to ask questions to the three presenters. First of all, Dr. Lurie, your presentation was lovely, really, really nice overview. How do you think we can best support women in Indonesia to do the breastfeeding? How can we best encourage them locally in the communities?
Thank you, Prof. for your question. Should I answer it now, or you have a question to the other presenters as well? Or it's just me?
I do, but I think it's easier if you'd first answer and then I ask the other ones, if it's okay.
Okay. So actually, there are many ways to support breastfeeding, and WHO has the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding, which is part of the hospital, baby-friendly hospital. So it starts from the facilities first, but I think one of the most important part in Indonesia is that because we are very heterogeneous, so the problem depends on the settings. So some women, for example, in urban areas where they know how to, when they know that breastfeeding is important, and there has been a shift from formula mindset to breastfeeding. So they know how to say that they know that breastfeeding is important. But one of the things is that the supports to face breastfeeding difficulties. So the problem with, so we're thankful and we're grateful that in Indonesia, breastfeeding is culturally favorable. It's culturally preferred because most religion in Indonesia are pro breastfeeding. But the women themselves, they know, but sometimes what they don't know is how to deal with breastfeeding difficulties. And that's one of the most important thing, because like I've said, many people think that breastfeeding is easy, it's natural, but it's not learned, but it's not always easy. It's a learned process, and they need to learn how to deal with breastfeeding difficulties. That's one thing. And then there's also one way to deal with other situation where people don't really know why breastfeeding is important. And that's where probably more in my research, it was more found in rural areas where they're not exposed to information on the importance of breastfeeding, but they just breastfeed because there's no option to do it. And I think it really depends on the situation. And one of the thing that I can suggest is that we stick to the WHO recommendation, which we can implement the hospital breastfeeding friendly, baby friendly hospital initiatives, and implement the 10 steps to successful breastfeeding. I think so. Maybe the other presenter wants to chip in, or you have other thoughts.
Thank you very much. I actually had other questions for Dr. Susiana and Dr. Dini, but that's great. And in Oxford, I know they have La Leche, which is a really excellent program where they actually go and visit new moms to teach them how to do breastfeeding, because as you say, it's quite incredibly painful and difficult to do. You think it would be very easy, but actually I found it to be pretty tough. So, but if you are dedicated, then, you know, you will persist, obviously. So thank you for that. Dr. Susiana, really lovely talk, really impressive work. With regards to the age-friendly environments, I know that in 2010, I think it was, but Dini might know better, Prof. Tribudi did for the WHO an inventory of age-friendly cities in Indonesia. I remember her showing these data. How far do you think Indonesia has come since then? Because she made many recommendations. For instance, the sidewalks in Jakarta, which are so awful to walk on, and so on. Could you comment on this?
Very nice and hard to answer question. Yeah, it's been yeah, more than 10 years ago we have already discussed about the age-friendly city or age-friendly environment, but still nowadays we are dealing with the awful walkway and some others condition, but if we did not start it with ourselves. That is why we try to encourage our community, especially those who are the member of Indonesia Ramah Lansia in Jakarta, that they have to be aware that they need to live in a city that's safe for them, that need to live in a city that allow them to do an active aging activities, and they can engage with their friends. So that's why we try to we do this campaign and involve them in the campaign, and they can talk to the government especially. And we are lucky because one of the government department leader are very agree with the concept of age-friendly city. So we restart again with Bandung city to start the age-friendly environment. And nowadays you may heard about the park Taman Lansia or some others, and they likely to invite us to assess the situation of the park, whether it is age-friendly park or not. So we try to move our activity in Sekolah Lansia, so they learn or they study from one place to another, especially utilizing the park, so that they can report it, and we can report, okay, this park is not safe for the older people, and please make some repair or something else. That's what we can do until now, but in the policy level, it's maybe so far to do so. That's all. Thank you.
What wonderful. Yeah, that's great. I think it's always very difficult when you're finding things and trying to put money towards it. Sometimes local initiatives, though, can be quite helpful. Sometimes local entrepreneurs are willing to help, right? Yeah.
So I believe in the community empowerment is the most powerful resource to make a change in this world.
Grassroots, I think bottom up. And Dr. Dini, also wonderful talk, really good. You talked basically also about the oral care, supporting the oral care. Could you talk a little bit more about it? Because you talked about the swallowing and so on. And I know that Prof. Tree has the background in dentistry. Is this where it comes from? Because it's so important and so under-recognized, right?
Thank you, Prof. Actually, the oral care is Dr. Susiana research. Yeah, with the area. Maybe she can explain about it.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Thank you, Ibu Dini. Yeah, I'm a bit explaining about the oral care project that we have done for supporting the older people in long-term care issues. Yeah, we're focusing on not only the oral hygiene, but also the swallowing function. It is also from Professor Tribudi, and we also collaborate with Professor Higasijima from the Nishikyu University and also Professor Hirano from the Nagasaki University. Since I've been studied in Japan, so we learned a lot about how Japanese people perform well oracle to the older people. So we train the older people to maintain their swallowing function and also especially in preventing aspiration pneumonia that likely kill our older person when they have like a stroke or some other situation, because when people getting age, they will decreasing the lung capacity and also decreasing the chest muscle to reflecting if they get something foreign thing entering their airway. So we focus on swallowing function and also the position, how to assist the position, because if we are like a hemiplegia or paraplegia, in which area we should start supporting their mouth, and also strengthening the lip. Yeah, and also lip training. We also conduct lip training, and we make the model. I'm going to show it to you. Yes, it is written in Bahasa Indonesia and is totally adapted from Japanese style, but it is also taken from the Leopold age stage of swallowing function. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. If, for the question. And the floor is for our student. Oh, oke. Gak apa-apa pakai bahasa aja. Ya. Bu Ati. Oh, ya silakan sebutkan nama dari prodi mana ya. Pertanyaannya untuk siapa?
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Selamat siang semuanya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Terima kasih kepada narasumber dan MC yang telah memberikan waktu untuk bertanya. Saya ingin bertanya kepada Ibu Susila. Oh, Bu Susiana. Maaf. Sebelumnya nama saya Muhammad Zaidan dari Prodi Keperawatan semester 2. Ibu tadi kan membahas mengenai sekolah lansia. Nah, saya ingin bertanya mengenai tanggapan Ibu sebelumnya, dikarenakan saya juga ada kegiatan yang melibatkan lansia, namun ada kegiatan bersama lansia yang melibatkan lansia, namun ada saran dari luar untuk tidak mencari sasarannya itu dengan lansia, karena lansia itu mudah lupa, terus bosan, dan lain-lain. Nah, bagaimana Ibu tanggapan tentang ini? Terima kasih.
Saya jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Oke, biar lebih ngena jawabnya ya. Jadi konsep long life learning atau lifelong learning yang diimplementasikan dalam sekolah lansia ini adalah konsep pembelajaran, kalau dalam bahasa Inggris ada University of Third Age. Jadi pendidikan di usia ketiga. Ya, usia pertama kan kalian ya, seumuran kalian kuliah sampai kerja. Habis itu ada usia kerja, dia boleh sekolah. Kemudian setelah lulus retire, setelah pensiun mereka itu. Nah, memang benar ketika seseorang itu mengalami penurunan proses berpikir, proses penuaan dan lain sebagainya, mereka akan mudah mengalami lupa dan lain sebagainya. Makanya kita adakan sekolah lansia justru karena supaya lansianya ini tidak mengalami cognitive decline. Gitu. Jadi cognitive decline penurunan fungsi atau kemampuan berpikir ya. Jadi kita juga ajarkan mereka supaya bagaimana supaya mereka lebih aktif lagi, kemudian mereka juga kita ajak untuk recall memory dan lain sebagainya supaya si fungsi kognitifnya tetap di-maintain dengan baik. Nah, di dalam sekolah lansia kita ada 3 ya, yang utama. Yang pertama adalah mempertahankan derajat kesehatan, yang sakit jangan sampai lebih cacat, yang belum sakit jangan sampai sakit. Kemudian yang kedua, maintaining physical capacity dan cognitive capacity. Nah, ini kita ajak untuk melakukan aktivitas fisik ya, seperti olahraga-olahraga yang sifatnya aerobik yang bisa meningkatkan sirkulasi oksigenasi otak ya, mencegah pikun tadi. Kemudian yang ketiga adalah social participation yang sangat penting untuk mencegah terjadinya kepikunan. Nah, kalau ada yang mengatakan bahwa jangan ngajarin ke lansia nanti gampang lupa, justru salah ya. Kalau menurut saya ya, maksudnya kalau Anda punya program nih di komunitas, sasarannya lansia, tujuan Anda adalah mengajak lansia menjadi lebih sehat, benar kan? Ya, sasaran lansia ini mereka perlu lebih sehat karena apa? Ada ancaman aging proses yang bisa menyebabkan declining pada fungsi-fungsi tadi ya, kognitif, mobilisasi, psikologi, belum lagi fungsi fisik, belum lagi hipertensi, coronary artery disease dan lain sebagainya. Itu yang memang kita coba ajak. Balik lagi ke tujuan tadi, memberikan edukasinya kepada siapa. Kalau memang misalnya tujuan edukasi itu membuat orang tahu dan paham tentang bagaimana merawat, tentu saja ke kelompok yang lebih muda. Tapi kalau untuk self-care, cara menolong diri sendiri, itu memang lansia saat ini sangat-sangat dibutuhkan. Karena memang kondisi di masyarakat kita, lansia ini belum menjadi fokus. Ya, dalam anggaran pembelanjaan negara juga fokusnya masih pada stunting, KIA, KIA ya, kesehatan ibu dan anak, maternity mortality ya seperti itu, termasuk penyakit-penyakit akibat accident. Itu mungkin mudah-mudahan terjawab ya. Thank you.
Alright, because time is limit, we finally come to the end of the session. Yeah, we apologize if there are many mistakes for this session. But before we close, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. To achieve healthy aging, we can invest through breastfeeding, prepare an environment that is friendly to the elderly, and comprehensive long-term care. And to achieve this, we need full support from family, society, institution, and government. Okay, again, thank you to all speaker and all of you for the active participation in this event. Thanks again. We applause to all speaker and all of you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to all speakers for their inspiring sharing, and to Dr. Laila Ulfa for leading the session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting webinar today. And thank you very much to all speakers for their information and insightful presentation. As we come to the end of this event, focus on wealthy aging, I would like to take a moment to express my gratitude. Thank you for your enthusiastic participants, insightful contribution, and unwavering commitment to creating a better future for older adults. And once again, on behalf of the organization committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all speakers, participants, and supporters who have made this event possible. Your presence here today signifies your commitment to promoting a wealthy aging experience across the globe. Thank you once again for being a part of this remarkable event. Safe travels, and may your commitment to wealthy aging resonate far beyond these walls. Goodbye, and until we meet again on this shared journey towards brighter future. The committee provides lunch, but before going home, according to the request of our rector, our counselor, we will take a photo in front of the campus building. Okay, again, thank you very much and goodbye.